You lie where you are, not quite asleep, but not fully awake either. This quiet in between where thought still moves and the body has begun to settle into the shape of rest. The air is cooling now, slowly, like breath drawn out over time, brushing your skin just below the collar of your shirt, tracing the edge of your wrist as it rests on the blanket. You notice how it shifts. This coolness, not suddenly, not with a jolt, but in waves that gather at the feet of the bed and drift upward. Settling where you're lying, like a quiet secret the room has decided to keep. There's no need to name it, this stillness.
You are here, exactly as you are. The weight of the day hasn't vanished, but it is not pressing down on your chest anymore, not with the same urgency. It's like a book left open on the table after reading. Its pages are still there, but you no longer feel compelled to turn them. If someone were to ask what this moment is for, why you're lying here, why the mind hasn't stopped turning, they might say it's a place to fall asleep.
But that's not quite right either. This isn't about performance or outcome. It's not a technique to be mastered, nor a practice to prove anything. You are not being asked to calm down, or let go, or even try. There is no task here. Only this. The space of being awake in the dark, with nothing to do but notice what moves and what does not. A few people search for philosophy to fall asleep to, something quiet that doesn't demand a conclusion. Others look for deep thoughts to sleep, images that carry you gently through the night without catching on anything sharp. Some want calm before sleep.
something to soothe the mind's edge when it still hums with the day's unfinished business.
There are those who seek stoic calm at night, just the feeling of being held by a quiet certainty, even if it's only in fragments. This isn't that kind of thing either. This is not philosophy as instruction or thought as armor.
It's simply this. You are awake, and the world around you has begun to slow. The shadow of the curtain shifts, not fast enough to catch, but just enough that you see it when you look. Not a twitch, not a flinch, but a soft drift across the wall, like something moving without purpose or direction. It doesn't need to go anywhere. It doesn't have an arrival point. It is only passing through. You notice how your thoughts move faster than this shadow, how they dart from one thing to another. What you said yesterday, what might be said tomorrow, whether the door is locked, what they might say now if they were here. But none of them need to stay. None of them are required.
You don't have to answer them or even listen. This evening you carried a few things. An exchange that didn't go as expected. A plan that changed without warning. Something left unsaid between two people who knew each other too well to speak plainly.
These aren't wounds. They're just moments passing through the space of your mind, like dust motes in slanting light. They don't have to be solved. They don't need resolution. You can simply let them rest where they are, on the surface of awareness, not buried or erased, but no longer gripping you. You don't have to fix anything tonight. You don't have to decide what's right or wrong, true or false, important or trivial. There is time enough for all of that tomorrow. Right now, you're allowed to notice how much the day has already begun to fade. Not in a burst, not with a farewell, but quietly, like light pulling back behind clouds. The room holds its own kind of stillness, older than your thoughts. It's been here longer. The floorboards have settled into their grooves. The window frame is no longer warping from the heat of afternoon. Even the blanket has stopped shifting under you. Finding a balance it will keep until morning. There's nothing to prove tonight. No one is watching. You are not being judged for how long you stay awake, or whether your thoughts wander too far. There is only this: the weight of your body on the bed, the rhythm of breath moving in and out, the slow coolness seeping through the air like a quiet thought that never finds its words. You don't have to be anyone special here. You don't need to be calm or wise or even patient. Just present. Not pretending to relax, not forcing peace. You're simply lying where you are, and that is enough. The day's weight was only ever thoughts about the day, memories of conversations, worries about what might come next, plans that no longer fit their shape. But thoughts aren't facts. They don't have to be true or permanent just because they appear in your mind. You can let them go, not by pushing them away, not by fighting their presence, but simply by noticing how easily they pass, like the shadow across the wall, like a breath held too long and then released. Nothing you are holding on to is actually yours. Not the memories, not the expectations, not even the sense of being someone who should have done something differently. You are not responsible for everything that passes through your mind. That's not how it works. You're not a container. You're not a vessel meant to hold every moment until morning. You're more like weather, shifting, changing, passing through the shape of this body in motion. What is here now will be gone before dawn. There's no need to defend it, explain it, or even remember it. Even your thoughts about yourself, they don't belong to you in any permanent way. They come and go, just like everything else. The idea that you are something fixed, solid, unchanging. It's a habit of mind, a pattern formed over years of needing certainty. But tonight, there is no need for certainty. You can let the self loosen, just slightly, without falling apart. You don't have to be someone in order to rest. You're already here, already quiet, already held by the dark. There's a difference between being awake and being alert. One is active, one is receptive. This isn't about staying sharp or guarding your thoughts. It's not even about letting go. It's about noticing how much you don't need to hold on. The blanket stays where it lies. The pillow doesn't shift when you breathe out. Even the silence has a rhythm, soft, steady, unannounced. You can lie in that space without doing anything except being present. There is no right way to be still. No checklist for quietness. No proof required that you've earned rest. You are not behind, not late, not falling short because your mind hasn't stopped turning. Thoughts don't need to settle into answers. They only need to stop demanding something of you. There's nothing here you have to hold tonight. That shadow on the wall isn't trying to prove anything. It doesn't care if it stays or goes. It just is, moving slowly, without urgency, as if time itself has slowed down in this room. You don't have to understand what it means. You don't even need to name it. There's a quiet space between the breaths where nothing happens, and that is not emptiness. That is simply being. The day will return tomorrow. The thoughts will come again, but for now, you are allowed to notice how little needs to be done. You can let let go of trying to fix anything, even your own mind. It doesn't need fixing. It's already doing what it does. Thinking, wandering, remembering, forgetting. There is no burden in that, only motion. And just because the shadow moves slower than your thoughts doesn't mean it's better or more real. Just different. A kind of stillness that exists without effort. You're not being asked to become something new tonight. No transformation. No awakening, no revelation. You are only being invited to notice how much is already passing through you and how little of it needs to stay.
Even the sense of self, it's just a story your mind tells itself in moments when it wants stability. But stories change. They don't need to be true to be useful, and they certainly don't need to last forever. You are not required to be present in any particular way, only to allow yourself to be noticed by the dark. The air shifts slightly near your shoulder, cool, not cold, and you don't need to name it. It's just movement passing through space. Like a thread of light slipping under the door when no one is there to open it. You don't have to follow it. You don't have to ask where it came from or why it chose that path. The edge of your blanket has curled at the foot of the bed. Not because you moved, not because anything stirred. Just because gravity pulls in all directions and things settle differently over time. It's not a sign of neglect. It's just how cloth behaves when left alone for long enough. Like silence, like stillness, like breath held between one thought and the next. There is no need to make meaning of it.
You are not being asked to interpret anything. Not the way your fingers rest on your chest. Not the slow rise and fall that happens without permission or instruction. The body knows how to do this already. It doesn't have to be taught. It doesn't even need you to approve. You can feel the weight of time in a different way now. Less as something stretching ahead than as something that has already passed quietly through your skin. That's not gone exactly. Not lost, just no longer here with urgency. The memory of last week's conversation still floats somewhere behind your eyes, but it doesn't need to be summoned or defended. It was real while it lasted. Now it is just part of the air you breathe, and that softness. The way even the idea of remembering begins to lose its edge when held too long. It isn't weakness. It's not failure. It's simply how things are meant to be. Passing. Not holding on. Not demanding a place. You don't have to keep score of what has been said or left unsaid. The words that linger in your throat aren't yours to carry into tomorrow. They're like dust on the shelf. There one moment, gone the next when you brush past. No need to gather them all and store them away. Even the shape of your thoughts, they don't have to be sharp. They can blur at the edges. You are not required to keep them clear for anyone, not even yourself. The clock doesn't matter here, not because it has stopped, but because nothing is waiting on its hands. Nothing depends on whether you're awake or asleep. No one will know if time passes faster than usual. The world outside continues without needing your attention. You are not needed to witness it. You are only invited to lie in the space where motion and stillness meet. There's a kind of quiet that isn't silence. It's the absence of demand. Not emptiness, but openness.
A room with no furniture left inside. Just light touching the floor at an angle it hasn't touched before. Nothing to hold up, nothing to protect. Just presence, unclaimed. You are not being asked to become anything. No transformation is needed. You don't have to grow or heal or fix yourself. There's nothing broken that needs mending. The mind isn't a machine with gears stuck in place. It's more like wind through open windows, moving where it wants without explanation. Even the parts of you that feel heavy, those moments when your chest tightens not from pain, but from the weight of just being here, in this body, in this moment, are allowed to be. Not fixed, not rewritten, just noticed.
And then released. Not because they're unimportant, but because they don't need a name. The past doesn't live inside you like a guest who refuses to leave. It lives where it belongs. In time, not in your ribs. You are not the keeper of old moments. They've already moved on. Like footsteps fading down a hallway long after the person has turned the corner. There's no need for closure. No ritual required to let go of what doesn't stay. The mind forgets without effort, just as it remembers sometimes by accident. You don't have to choose which one is better. One isn't more real than the other. They're just different kinds of passing through. Even your name, if you think of it at all, it's not an identity now. It's a sound that fits in this moment, like any other word spoken into air. It doesn't own you. You don't owe anything to it. It's only a way people use to find each other. A signal across distance, not truth. And so is every idea you've ever held about who you are. Just one more passing shape in the dark, not permanent, not final.
The sense of being someone with purpose, with history, with continuity. It's like tracing a shadow that moves faster than your hand can follow. You don't need to hold on to any version of yourself. Not even the one that wants to be quiet. That desire doesn't have to last either. It's just another thought in motion, not a command. There is no rule about how long you must stay awake or what you're allowed to do while lying still. You are not being judged for staying where you are. No one will ask why your breath isn't deeper, why your eyes don't close yet, why the silence feels heavy instead of light. You can be exactly as you are. Aware, but not active. Restless, but not urgent.
There's no need to perform stillness. It doesn't have to look a certain way. You're already doing it in the quiet between thoughts, when nothing happens, and that is enough. The floorboards creak once, not loudly, not with warning, but you notice it anyway. Not because something changed, but because attention has found its place without being invited. And then, after, there's only air again. Even the memory of wanting to sleep, there's no need to push against it or rush toward it. It doesn't have to come for a reason. You don't have to earn rest by proving you've been good enough to deserve it. Rest is not something earned through effort. It's simply allowed, like air, like darkness, like the way your body settles when you stop trying to control it. You are not behind in this moment, not late for anything. The night isn't waiting on you to arrive somewhere. You don't need to be anywhere else. This room is enough. The dark is enough. Your breath, steady and unremarkable, just moving, is enough. Even the fact that your mind still turns, that it keeps bringing up things from earlier today, or wondering what tomorrow might bring. This isn't failure. It's not resistance. It's just continuity. A way of being alive, not something to fix. Just something happening. You can let thoughts drift by like leaves in a stream, not grabbing them, not pushing them back, not even watching where they go. They don't need your permission to leave. They only need you to stop asking them to stay. Even the idea that you are the one thinking, well, that too is just another passing shape, not something fixed or true. The thought about yourself isn't an owner of experience. It's more like a label on a jar long after the contents have evaporated. There is no center, no core to protect. Just movement through space and time, without direction or purpose. Only motion. And that is okay. Even your hands resting at your sides, they don't need to be doing anything. They're not responsible for keeping you grounded. The floor holds them just fine. Gravity doesn't ask questions. It simply works. There's no proof required that you've done enough, been still enough.
You are already here, breathing, aware, existing without needing to justify it. And even this awareness, the fact that you're noticing how little needs holding, is not a victory. It's just another moment passing through the mind, like any other. Not better than others, just different. The shadow on the wall has changed again. Not by choice, not by intention, but because light shifts when no one is looking, and still it moves slowly, without need, without urgency, like time itself, slowing down for a breath between two thoughts. You are not being asked to understand this moment.
You're only invited to allow yourself to be in it, without demand, without weight, without needing anything from it at all. There is nothing here you have to hold tonight. The air near your shoulder feels cooler now, not because anything has changed outside, but because the room is settling into itself, like a body that breathes slower when no one's watching. The warmth beneath the blanket hasn't vanished, just shifted lower, pooling where your legs rest. You don't need to adjust it. It isn't asking for attention. It doesn't require you to say whether it's enough or too much. It simply is. There's a faint sound from somewhere beyond the wall. A distant hum,
Maybe a refrigerator turning on, or a pipe shifting with temperature. You hear it without wondering what it means. Not because you've decided not to, but because your mind has stopped trying to name things as if they need fixing. The noise doesn't have to be silenced. It can exist like the breath between words, unnoticed until it's gone and then barely remembered. You are not being asked to fix anything here. No adjustment is required.
Not even the way your thoughts linger on edges of conversation from earlier. The tone someone used. A pause that felt long enough to mean something. You don't need to unpack those moments or decide what they were really about. They're already leaving, just like everything else. The curve of your elbow against the mattress isn't holding anything now. No weight, no responsibility. It's not supporting you, nor is it failing to. It simply rests there, a soft dip in fabric and skin, shaped by gravity and stillness. The shape itself doesn't need explanation. It exists without being judged for how well or poorly it fits. Outside, the dark has grown deeper, not darker as in more ominous, but fuller, like liquid poured into a bowl, until no light can rise from within. There's no edge to it anymore. No boundary where shadow meets wall. The ceiling feels lower now, not because it is, but because your attention isn't stretching upward. It's sinking gently inward. You could say the silence has weight, but that would be wrong. Silence doesn't carry anything. It only holds space. And in this room, that space is full. Full of air you've already breathed. Of memories that haven't come back to claim you yet. Of thoughts that are tired and ready to drift. There's a thread of memory, not sharp or clear, that floats up from somewhere near your shoulder, the way sunlight once fell across a kitchen floor at 9:10 in the morning, long ago. You don't need to recall it completely. The image is not real anymore. It's just a trace, like dust on glass, that no longer needs to be wiped away. Even this faint echo doesn't demand your attention. It passes through as if nothing had been there at all. No arrival, no farewell. Just motion, unmarked and nameless. You are not the one who remembers.
You're only where remembering happens. Not a keeper of moments, but a place where they briefly gather before dissolving again. The light on your wristwatch has faded to near nothing. A small glow that doesn't flicker now, just sits there like a forgotten signal from another world. It doesn't mean anything. It hasn't for some time.
You don't need to check it. No one will be waiting. No deadline looms. The hour is not a thing you must reach. Even the idea of time, of hours passing or minutes ticking, isn't true here anymore. Time isn't moving forward nor backward. It's just still. Like water that doesn't flow because there's no slope to guide it. You don't have to wonder where it went.
You're not supposed to track how long you've been lying like this. The only thing that matters is the fact that you are here, feeling your skin, noticing the air against your neck, aware of the space between your ribs as breath moves in and out without effort. There's no need to measure how deep or steady it is. It doesn't have to be perfect. There's no test for what a good breath should look like. You could lie like this forever and not fail at anything. Not even lying still would count as a task. The only thing required of you, this moment, this place, is that you remain in the feeling of being here, without needing to make it mean more than it is. Even your name isn't holding on anymore. It's drifting somewhere between thought and sound. Not quite real, but not gone either. A word that no longer fits tightly around who you are. Not because you've changed, but because what you were never needed a label in the first place. The room doesn't care what you're called. The air doesn't keep records of your history. Your past is already fading, not erased, just unclaimed. Like footprints in sand that the tide has forgotten to wash away. And still, there's no need to go back and reclaim them. There's nothing you've lost by letting thoughts move on without permission. You don't have to carry anything forward tonight, not even the weight of your own existence, because that too is just a passing shape in the air, not something that must be held or defended. The shadow on the wall has moved again, not sharply, not suddenly, but gradually, like breath drawn through a quiet mouth. The curtain shifts its edge by half an inch, maybe less. You see it only because you're not looking for anything to happen. When you stop searching for change, small changes show up anyway, uninvited and unremarkable. No one needed to tell the shadow where to go. It wasn't instructed to grow longer or shorter. It simply followed the light's slow turn without needing a reason. And so do you. There is no goal in this stillness. No arrival. No destination, only motion that doesn't ask for purpose. You can let your thoughts float like paper boats on water. No steering, no need to guide them where they go.
They'll drift until the current takes them somewhere else, or until their edges soften and sink without a trace. Even the idea of yourself isn't fixed now. It's not something you've built over years and must protect from loss. It's just movement. Light shifting across skin, air passing through lungs, quiet rising in your chest, like mist above still water. You are not an object that can be damaged or broken. You're more like a sound that doesn't need to last forever, just long enough to be heard once. And even then, it isn't you making the sound. It's just happening, the way wind moves through leaves without needing someone to witness it.
There is no one behind your eyes deciding what this moment should feel like. No center managing the show. Just sensation and space. Uninvited, but not unwanted. You don't have to believe in anything except that you are here. Aware, breathing, not trying to become still, not striving for peace, just being a body that rests without needing approval. The blanket is soft where it folds over your ankle, not because it's meant to be comforting, but because it has always been there. Just like the dark, just like the air you're inhaling now. There's no reason to lift it or pull it tighter. It isn't failing at anything. It doesn't need fixing.
It simply is, covering part of you as if that were its only job. And so are you. Not trying to be more than what you are. Not pretending to be less. Just being present in the small space between one breath and the next. There's no weight on your chest anymore. Not because it has been lifted, but because you've stopped believing that there was ever anything heavy to begin with. The air inside your lungs is warm, not hot, just alive, moving gently without any need for urgency. You could lie here through another hour or two, and nothing would change except the way light fades at the edges of things. No one will come to ask if you're sleeping yet. No one needs you to wake up.
The world doesn't depend on whether your eyes close. It goes on without you noticing it. And that's not a loss. It's just how it is. You don't have to be useful. You don't have to matter in any way that can be measured. Just being without doing is enough. Even the silence between thoughts isn't empty. It's full of everything that doesn't need words. The shape of your hand on the mattress has changed slightly. Fingers relaxed, palm flat. But no one asked you to do it. It happened naturally, like a leaf falling from a tree without needing permission. The curve of your shoulder rests against the pillow now, not because you arranged it that way, but because gravity has had its quiet say. The fabric of the sheet has worn thin at one edge, just a little fraying near where your arm lies. Its fibers loosened by months of motion. Each night's turn
like a breath drawn and released. It doesn't protest. It simply holds you without claiming to be enough or too much. You feel its soft resistance against your skin as the air moves cooler now through the room, not rushing in, but slipping between things. The way dust settles after light passes through a window pane, slow and unannounced. There's no sound from outside, not silence. Exactly. Just absence of demand. No siren. No voice calling out. No sudden knock or car door slamming too loud. Just the quiet hum of stillness that doesn't need to be earned. The kind of peace that arrives not because you've done anything right, but because nothing needs doing. Your fingers are open on the mattress, not stretched wide in effort, not curled into fists from tension, just resting, each one following its own small rhythm, a pulse beneath skin that isn't trying to stay awake or fall asleep. The tip of your middle finger is slightly raised now, not by will, but because it's been there longer than the others, caught at an angle in the fabric's weave. It doesn't matter if you move it. No one is watching, not even you. The wall behind you has softened over time. The paint faded where sunlight touched it each afternoon. Worn away like a name whispered too often into stone. You don't know its original color anymore, nor do you care. It's just part of the room now. Texture rather than meaning. A surface that holds no memory except what light left behind when it passed. And so are you. Not fixed in place by years, not defined by anything said or done, but a presence that shifts as air moves through the space between your ribs. You're aware without needing to be sharp about it. Present without having to prove yourself present. The mind doesn't have to work here. It can just be, like dust settling in sunlight, unhurried, unclaimed, not rising or falling, but simply there, occupying a moment that didn't ask for anything. Even the sound of your own breath is quiet enough now to blur into the air itself. Not loud, not soft, just part of what fills this room like steam from water left too long on a stove. No need to notice it. No need to regulate it. Just let it rise and fall as it pleases, carried along by something older than intention. The blanket has slipped slightly at your hip, just enough that the coolness of the air touches bare skin where it should not. It's not cold in a way that demands action, not sharp or sudden. Just a whisper across warmth that doesn't need to be defended. You could pull the fabric back if you wanted, but there's no reason to.
The touch is mild, temporary, a momentary exchange between air and body without consequence. And this too passes. You've stopped thinking in terms of should, not because it was a decision made, but because it simply isn't required anymore. There's no one inside demanding that you act differently or think more clearly. No voice insisting on responsibility for the day's wait, nor judgment about whether you are still enough.
The room has changed shape slowly since evening, darkened in patches where shadows have pooled deeper than before. The angle of the ceiling isn't different, but your perception of it is. Not sharp anymore, just a faint curve above you, like a roof that holds nothing, yet holds everything by its absence. It doesn't promise safety or shelter, it just exists. Empty space with no need to explain itself. Your hand is still on the mattress. The palm has flattened slightly more now, fingers resting where they landed without instruction. You didn't place them there. They arrived naturally, like raindrops finding their level in soil. And this isn't about control.
Not about fixing anything or making it better. It's just happening. This quiet alignment of body and air, of mind and stillness. No need to hold on to any version of yourself that once was. The one who worried about being ready, the one who needed approval, the one who believed they had to prove something before night could fall. That self is not gone. It's just passing through. Like a name spoken too quickly in a crowd, heard and forgotten immediately, leaving no trace. You are not trying to become someone new, not striving toward an idea of calm or peace. You are simply letting the moment unfold without interference.
The way a leaf detaches from a branch doesn't know it's falling. It only follows what comes next. There's warmth near your chest. Not heat exactly, but a kind of presence that stays even when you stop noticing it. Not because it was strong or persistent, but because it didn't need to be. It just was. A quiet current beneath the surface, not demanding attention, not asking for belief. The air moves differently now, slower near the floor than up by the ceiling. You can feel it when you exhale, a slight shift in pressure across your lips, like breathing through something slightly thicker than empty space. Not resistance, just difference. And this too is passing. You don't have to keep track of how long you've been lying here. Not since before sleep began, or after the last thought left its mark on your mind. Time doesn't move in straight lines anymore. It bends at corners, slows near edges, pools where attention was once focused. There's no need to remember what happened earlier. No obligation to replay any sentence or image. The day has already gone somewhere else, into a part of the night that does not belong to you. Not lost, just released. Even your breath feels less like effort and more like movement. Something that happens naturally when there is space for it. Like water flowing downhill without needing permission. The wall behind your head no longer feels solid. It's become a suggestion, a faint boundary between what's inside and outside. But you don't need to cross it or stay within. You are not required to define the edges of this place. You could lie here forever. Or just long enough for one more shift in light. One deeper sigh from the air. One breath that dissolves without being noticed. There is no goal, no arrival. Just this, a body resting where it lies, hands open, eyes closed, but not asleep, aware of nothing except what's already present. Not even the thought of being needs to be held on to now. It just is, a quiet happening that doesn't need words or proof. Like dust in sunlight. Like air passing through a room with no one watching. And so are you. No longer needing to be anything but what you are. The shape your body makes on the bed. The weight of your arm beside you. The slow rise and fall of your chest. Not fast, not steady, just moving as if it had always been part of this dark, quiet room. You don't have to understand why. You don't need a reason for being here. You're not supposed to fix anything or make sense of anything. Just be without trying. The silence between thoughts is no longer empty. It's full of everything that doesn't require naming. The slow shift of fabric, the breath that lingers in your throat like warmth after tea, the quiet hum of a house settling into night. Even the idea of you feels less fixed now. Not broken, not gone, but simply softer, lighter, more open to what comes next. And so it does. There's no need to reach, no reason to pull back. You are already where you are, present without needing to be found. Not even your shadow has urgency anymore. It drifts across the floor like something that doesn't know it's moving or why. The room is still cooling slowly, not because of cold outside, but because time itself moves through things differently when no one is waiting for a sign. And so do you. The edge of the blanket has begun to curl slightly at the corner where your feet rest. Just a whisper of movement, not from wind, but from warmth rising gently through the fabric. You don't need to smooth it down. It's not wrong that way. The crease is already part of what you are lying on now, just as your shoulder rests against the pillow without needing permission. There is no judgment in how things settle, no shame in asymmetry. The ceiling above you feels less like a surface and more like a slow breath, something that expands slightly when nothing else does. Not with sound, not with motion, but by simply being there, holding space for everything that doesn't make noise or demand attention. You could imagine it shifting ever so faintly, like the sky might if seen from below during a long stillness between storms. The air near your face is different now. Less like outside, more like something older than breath. It carries no name and asks nothing of you. It doesn't come from anywhere specific or go to any place named. It simply is, and in being, it changes the way you feel your own skin. A single thread from your shirt has come loose and lies across your chest. Just one strand of cotton, not yet fallen away, not yet gathered back in. You could pull it gently or let it stay where it is. Either way, nothing depends on it. The room does not care. Neither do you. Outside, a bird shifts its weight on a branch. A quiet sound that doesn't travel far, but lingers long enough to be noticed. Then fades like a note held too lightly in the throat. Not a call, not an alarm. Just presence, brief and unclaimed. The dust motes near your window have stopped dancing. They've settled into stillness, not because they're tired, but because there's no need to move anymore.
The light has gone from blue to deep gray, a color that doesn't belong to any time of day or year, only to this moment. The slow turning between what was and what might be. Your hand lies open on the sheet, fingers slightly apart, not relaxed, not tense, just there. And in that stillness, the space between them feels full. Not with meaning, but with quiet possibility. Like an interval in music where nothing happens, yet everything is held within it. You could trace your own pulse if you wanted to, just under the skin of your wrist. But there's no need. It's already been felt, already known. The rhythm doesn't ask for attention. It just continues, like footsteps on a path that leads nowhere in particular. The wall beside you is no longer a thing to lean against. It feels more like memory, a faint imprint left by earlier shapes, by other bodies lying here before yours, by thoughts that passed through and left behind nothing but softness in the air. There's something about how silence settles differently when it has been waiting. Not patiently, not eagerly, but quietly. As if it had already decided what to do with time. It doesn't fill space. It is space. And you are inside of it now, not separated by sound or thought, but woven through. You don't have to remember the last word you spoke earlier today. You don't need to know where your thoughts began or when they stopped meaning anything. They've already slipped away like leaves falling into a stream that doesn't pause for them. Your breath moves without effort now. Just the natural curve of air passing in and out. Not because you're doing it right, but because there's room for it.
The kind of space where even small things can happen without needing to be noticed. A faint creak comes from somewhere far down the hall, not a door opening or closing. Just wood, adjusting slowly under its own weight, like something remembering how to rest after years of holding still. The thought that passes through you now is not yours. It's not even a full idea, just a shape, a feeling, like steam rising from water long past boiling. You don't catch it. You don't hold on. You let it drift into the dark, as if it had always belonged there. And in letting go, something else begins. Not because you asked for it, but because stillness allows room for things to start without announcement. The shadow of your arm across the blanket has changed again. Longer now. Not from light shifting, but from how your body is resting. It's no longer a silhouette, just a blur at the edge of sight. Not important, not unimportant. Just part of the way shadows move when they're not being watched. The pillow beneath you feels less like support and more like something that has learned to wait patiently, without expectation.
You don't need it to fix anything or keep your head elevated. It's enough that it is where it is, and so are you. You could let the next thought pass through your mind like wind through a hollow reed, not needing to answer it, not even acknowledging its passage, but just allowing it in and out without resistance. No need to ask what it means or whether it matters. There's no line between now and then anymore. Not really. Time doesn't stop or start at fixed points. It folds in on itself sometimes, like fabric when pressed gently into a corner of the room. The quietest things are not silent. They're full of motion that happens too slowly to be seen. The way dust settles on glass after rain. The way breath slows between heartbeats. The way your body lowers slightly into the mattress as if sinking into something deeper than sleep. Something older, quieter, already here when you arrived. You don't have to stay awake. You don't need to fall asleep either. There's no requirement for any action at all. Just this. A softness in the air that is not from temperature, but from stillness itself. A quality so deep it has begun to touch your bones without asking permission. A single thread of sound comes now, very faint, from the street below. Maybe a car passing slowly over cracked pavement. Not loud enough to disturb, not close enough to name. Just part of the night's low hum, like air moving through an empty hall. The wall behind you has grown softer around its edges. It doesn't resist your presence. It doesn't welcome it either. It just exists without needing to be anything more than what it is.
You could lie here with your eyes closed and not think of anything at all. Not even the idea of not thinking. That would be a kind of effort, and there's no need for that now. Even the thought that you might want to stop lying still doesn't land. It floats past like mist over grass, visible only in passing, dissolving before it can gather form. There is nothing here that asks to be held. No memory with sharp edges, no fear with weight. Just space. And within that space, your body lies as if it had always belonged. Not by choice, not by design, but simply
because it fits. The air moves differently near the floor now, slower than before, heavier in a way that isn't about density, but about presence. It doesn't rush to be anywhere. It just is present. And that presence changes how you feel your own skin, as if even your surface has learned to rest without trying. You don't have to remember what the day was like. You don't need to know whether it mattered or not. What matters now is not past or future, but this. A body in motion, only by breathing, and stillness combined. Not effort, not achievement. The shape of your hand on the sheet has changed again, not because you moved it, but because the air shifted beneath it, as if the blanket itself had breathed once, deeply, and returned to quiet. You don't need to name what's happening. There is no story here to tell, no lesson hidden in silence. Just this, a moment that does not belong to anyone else, and yet includes everyone, because it isn't owned by any one mind or body. It belongs only to the dark between thoughts, where nothing needs to be said, and even less needs to be done.
Your breath settles into a rhythm that doesn't follow any plan. Just the slow turning of air through stillness, like water passing over stones worn smooth by time you can no longer name. The light from outside has faded so completely now that the edges of the room have softened beyond recognition. Not disappeared, but become something else. Less defined, more accepting. There is no boundary between wall and dark anymore. Just a soft blur where shape gives way to silence, as if the night had folded itself inward until only feeling remained. Your skin feels lighter than it did an hour ago. Not because you've moved, not because anything has changed, but because your attention no longer presses against it. It doesn't cling or resist. It simply lies there, aware of its own surface without needing to define it. The warmth beneath the blanket isn't just heat. It's a memory of presence, lingering like the afterglow of something that was never meant to last, but stayed anyway. The dust on the window pane has shifted again, very slightly, not from wind, not from touch, but as if the air itself had turned in its sleep and brushed past once. You only know it's there because you notice a faint shadow where none should be, like a breath held too long between moments. A sound comes again, distant, low. A single tone from a neighbor's window, perhaps, or the hum of something turning in a wall. It doesn't rise above the quiet.
It doesn't demand to be understood. It simply exists within it, part of the same fabric as the stillness you're lying inside. There is no reason for your mind to stay awake. There is also no reason for it to fall asleep. The two are not opposites here. They're just different ways of being in the dark. One doesn't need to win over the other. You can be both aware and uninvolved. Attentive, but not engaged.
The curtain shadow has stopped moving altogether, not because the wind ceased, but because the air has slowed its course through the room. It no longer flows like water. It pools now, thick and gentle, gathering in corners where light used to fall. The way a cup collects rainwater after storms ends, quietly, without effort. Your fingers rest on top of the sheet, not pressing down, just resting as if they had always known their place. No need to curl or stretch, no urgency behind any motion. They don't remember how to act. Not anymore. They are simply allowed to stay where they are, in a kind of holding that isn't waiting for anything. The floor beneath you is no longer far away. It feels like the center now. Not something below, but a ground that holds everything else without speaking. Your body has stopped trying to be upright or alert. It's been taken into account by gravity, not as an enemy, but as a companion who knows how to let go. You don't have to remember what you said today. You don't need to replay the way someone looked at you when you spoke.
There is no past that needs fixing, no future that must be shaped in advance. What happened has already passed, not just gone, but transformed into something quieter than memory. A moment that now belongs only to this dark between thoughts. The silence isn't empty. It's full of the kind of presence that doesn't announce itself. It fills the space not by force, but by absence of noise. Like air in an attic where no one has stepped for years, holding still so completely that even dust seems reluctant to fall. There is a chair near the wall, just beyond your sight, but you don't think about it anymore. You haven't thought about anything with shape or name for some time now. The outline of its legs isn't sharp against the floor. It's softened by distance and dim light, as if it had been there so long that even shadow has forgotten how to define it. The clock on the wall doesn't matter. There is no tick anymore, only a quiet settling into timelessness. Not because time stopped, but because you've stopped measuring it. You're not waiting for morning or counting hours since sleep began. You are just here. Not before anything, not after, but in that small space where all moments overlap. You don't need to be anyone specific tonight. No role to perform, no version of yourself to uphold. The idea of identity has loosened its grip, not by being rejected, but simply because it's no longer necessary. You are allowed to dissolve into what you've always been, A series of small movements, breaths, shifts in weight. Nothing fixed, nothing permanent. It only reminds you that temperature isn't always about feeling. It's also about being felt by something else. A faint smell rises from the blanket, something soft and old, like linen left in a chest for too long. Not unpleasant, not sweet, just real. The kind of scent that belongs to time passing without permission. You don't inhale it deeply. You just let it drift through you, as if your body were already familiar with its pattern. The book on the nightstand has shifted position slightly, just enough so that the spine now faces away from you. Not because someone moved it, but because gravity had time to act in silence. The pages inside no longer matter. Not today. Not tonight. They are just paper and ink, folded into a shape that once held words, but now holds only space. You don't need to finish anything. You don't have to return to the beginning or reach the end. There is no book you must read, no task left uncompleted. The idea of closure has lost its urgency, not because things were resolved, but because resolution isn't required anymore. The light outside is gone so completely now that even darkness feels tired, exhausted by effort, and begins to soften into something else. Not night, not day, but a quiet in which neither seems possible. You can lie here and know nothing, not even the idea of knowing. That would be a kind of labor.
Your thoughts don't need to stop. They just don't have anywhere to go. They drift like smoke from a dying fire, rising slowly, thinning into air. There is no flame left to fuel them, no reason for them to stay gathered in one place. So they separate, some dissolving entirely, others fading into the shape of breath. There's nothing you need to do with your hands. They're not tools or instruments. They aren't meant to hold anything or move through anything. They are just open, resting on the edge of being known. Not used, not needed, just there. Your eyes remain closed, not because they've decided to sleep, but because opening them would require a kind of effort that isn't worth making. There is no point in seeing the room again. No need to confirm what's already been noticed, that it exists without you, and continues whether or not you are aware of it. The wall behind you has become softer than memory, not less real, just more accepting. It doesn't care if you're here or gone. It doesn't react when the air shifts around it. It simply holds its form as a quiet thing does, not through strength, but by being still enough that nothing changes it.
There is no one to listen to your thoughts now. No voice asking for an answer. Not even a question in disguise. Just silence where questions used to live. Empty not because there's nothing inside, but because the need to speak has passed. You don't have to be present. You're already here. And that presence doesn't require any effort to maintain. It just is a fact as quiet as the way light folds into shadow at dusk. The room breathes with you now, not in unison, not by design, but because both are part of the same slow rhythm. A kind of shared stillness that moves without being noticed. Your body isn't trying anymore to stay awake. It doesn't care about tomorrow or what might come after this moment. It has stopped resisting sleep and also stopped wanting it. Just rests in the space between where nothing needs to happen. There's no need for change. No reason to reach forward or pull back. You are not caught between anything. You're simply held by the quiet, not as a prisoner, but as someone who belongs there. The wall behind you has softened into something older than memory, less a surface than a quiet that settles over time. Like dust on an old photograph no one remembers taking. You don't need to remember what's been there before. The shape of the room is not held in your mind. It exists without being named. It does not wait for you to confirm it. It simply remains, unmoved by attention or absence. The air near your feet has cooled, though slowly. Like water that forgets how to warm itself. You notice it only because your skin remembers the difference between cool and still.
The blanket lies across your legs as if it had grown there naturally, not laid down in intention. But even now, it doesn't demand anything of you. It does not ask for tucking or adjusting. It rests where it fell, quiet in its own weight. The clock on the far wall has stopped ticking, not because it broke. No mechanism failed, but because time itself began to fold inward, like paper that no longer needs edges. There is no need to mark minutes anymore. No one will arrive at a moment you must be ready for.
The hours do not call your name. Your breath moves in and out without direction. It doesn't rise from effort or fall into relief. It simply flows, as if the air had always known where it belonged. You are not guiding it. You are allowing it to find its own shape. There is no rhythm to hold on to, only a kind of breathing that needs nothing to be kept steady. The shadow on the floor has changed again, not in sharpness or position, but in texture. It no longer feels like absence. It feels more like something waiting to dissolve into the dark. Not with suddenness, but slowly, as if it had been made from breath and forgotten how to stay. You don't need to decide whether you are tired.
You aren't resisting sleep, nor are you reaching for it. The body is no longer in conversation with itself, no internal debate about staying awake or letting go. It has stopped asking questions of the night. The book on the nightstand remains where it fell, not because it was placed there, but because gravity did not care enough to move it again. Its spine still faces away from you, not as a sign of neglect, but as proof that no action is required anymore. The pages inside have already been read in silence. They are not waiting for meaning. They are only paper now, shaped by time into something smaller than purpose. There's nothing left to finish.
Not even the thought that there was once something unfinished. That idea has also gone quiet. No longer a weight, just a shadow passing through the mind like smoke over an open window. The air in the room feels heavier now, not with pressure, but with stillness. It is not thick, it is full of absence. And because it is empty of expectation, it holds you gently, as if nothing had ever needed to be done for you to belong here.
They are just shapes, resting where they were left, no longer asking permission to be still. The edge of your awareness is beginning to blur, not with confusion, but with quiet. You don't have to hold on to the idea of being aware anymore. Awareness does not need a center. It can exist without you noticing it. Like light that fades into dusk before anyone sees it go. You don't need to wonder if you're drifting. The drift is already happening. Quietly, steadily, without effort. There's no moment where you begin to lose hold. You are only being held by the quiet in a way that does not require acknowledgement. The curtains have stopped moving. Not because wind has left the world, but because even air knows when to stop pushing. It rests now, folded into stillness like fabric, laid out and forgotten. You notice how your thoughts no longer pile up. They don't gather or stack. They don't need a place to land. Each one comes and goes as if it had never been born with intention. There is no memory of having thought them. No record that they ever existed. There's a kind of listening happening now. Not hearing, not thinking, but something quieter than attention. It's the space between sounds, the moment after silence has already settled in. The floor beneath you feels less like wood and more like a slow pulse, something breathing at its own pace. You don't need to be aware of it. It doesn't ask for recognition. It only holds your weight without resistance. Your shoulders have dropped, no longer carrying the shape they held during the day. They are no longer tense with preparation or expectation. Just softness where tension once lived. The edge of your vision has gone blurry, not from fatigue, but from letting go of needing to see clearly. You don't need to know what's in the dark. The dark doesn't require you to name it. There is no moment that marks change, only the slow unmaking of needing to mark anything at all. Your chest rises and falls without urgency, not because breath has slowed, but because each rise is not a step toward air, nor each fall an ending. It's simply movement in time that doesn't ask for meaning. The night outside isn't black anymore. It's not light either. It's something older. A quiet that exists beyond the need to be seen or named. You are not thinking about tomorrow. You aren't even aware of its shape. The idea has already slipped away, like a word forgotten before it was spoken. There is no one left to listen. Not even yourself. The room holds nothing in expectation. It does not wait for you to wake up
or fall asleep. It simply continues, unchanged by your presence and unbothered by absence. And so, the quiet moves through you, not as something you must accept nor resist, but as something that has always belonged here. There's no need to be anything specific, no role to perform, no idea of yourself to defend. You are not a person who is doing or becoming. You are simply being held by stillness without effort. Your hands remain open. Your breath stays gentle. Your eyes stay closed, not from decision, but because there is nothing left to see. The silence grows not in volume, but in depth, a kind of thickness that doesn't press on you, but wraps around with care. You don't need to be present. You are already here, and the room, your body, the air, it all belongs to this moment without needing it to last. There's nothing left to hold, not even the thought that there was something to hold. The dark is not empty. It is full of absence, so soft, it feels like presence. You don't need to be somewhere else. You are already where you've been waiting, without knowing it. And now, there is only this. A quiet that does not ask for anything in return. A breath that does not demand a name. A moment that simply exists. And the light, if it ever returns, will do so without waking you. You are not a thing that holds on. Not even the memory of holding is yours to keep.
The air moves through you like something already passing. No one gave permission for it to be here. No one asked if it could stay. It simply does. You don't feel the weight of your own breath now, not as pressure or effort. It's not a tool to draw in life, nor an act of will to push out what is worn. It's just air, cool and slow, entering where there was no need for order. No one told it how long to stay. No one asked if it had come too late or too soon. The shadow on the wall has stopped shifting. Not because time halted, but because your attention let go of tracking it. It's not important whether it moved a hand width or stayed still for hours. What matters is that you no longer care to measure it. There's no scale in this room, no ruler, no need to compare one shape to another. You feel the edge of your blanket lifting, just slightly, not from wind, but from heat
rising from beneath. The mattress gives way under you like a place where things have settled long ago and forgotten they were ever asked to stay. There's no demand for permanence here. Nothing asks to be held in place. Not the pillow, not your skin, not even the quiet between heartbeats. Your fingers don't curl anymore, not out of habit or readiness. They lie open, not because you chose it, but because there is nothing left to grasp. There's no name for that kind of softness, only a feeling, like warmth given up on being needed, like still water where ripples forget they were ever made. The night isn't dark, it's not light either. It's older than both. Something that has been here while you were busy thinking, naming, doing. It doesn't respond to your presence. It only allows it, without welcome or rejection. Not a witness, not an intruder, just allowed. There's no boundary between what is inside and outside the room anymore. No line drawn where air becomes silence. The space around your head feels full, not with thoughts, not with sound, but with absence so complete it hums at the edge of feeling. A kind of quiet that doesn't speak, but still carries weight. Not heavy, just there. You don't remember what you were thinking before this moment. It's not a loss. It's just how things are now. Thoughts come and go, like visitors who leave without saying goodbye. They're not erased. They simply stop being yours. No one owns them. No record keeps track of their arrival. There's no need to remember what was said, or forgotten, or left unresolved. The mind doesn't keep things for safety. It lets them go because there's nothing to gain by holding on. Even the idea that something should be remembered fades. Not in a way that hurts, but like something has loosened its grip on being separate. You don't feel the wall behind you anymore, but not because it's gone. It's just no longer pressing against your back with the weight of needing to be known. The air doesn't need your lungs to move through it. It flows whether or not you are breathing. And yet, in this stillness, it feels as if you've become part of its path. Just one more small current among many.
You don't belong to yourself anymore. You belong to the moment, which belongs to nothing at all. There's no difference between your body and the night now. Not because they look alike or behave similarly, but because both have stopped needing a name. The shape of you isn't important. The sound of your breath is not significant. What matters is that it happens without demand, without expectation. You don't need to be aware for awareness to happen. It doesn't wait for permission. It simply moves through you like light through glass. No one asked if it should pass, but it does so anyway. There's no record of having seen it. No memory that it was ever there. Just the quiet after.
The room has changed, but not in a way you could point to. It's softer in tone. The corners feel less fixed. Not because they've moved, but because your eyes have stopped needing them to be sharp. They're not blurred. They're just no longer important enough to focus on. You are not thinking about sleep, nor awake for that reason. There is no goal, no place you must arrive by morning. The idea of tomorrow doesn't press in like a weight. It floats above you, distant and unreal, like an island seen from far away during rain. Not worth naming, not worth reaching. Your hands don't know where to go anymore, not because they're lost, but because there's no need for direction.
They are not searching for anything. They are simply resting, like stones left in a stream that has forgotten how fast it flows. No one needs them to do more than be. You are not being asked to do anything here, not even to stay still, not even to listen. There is no performance, no audience, no one waiting for you to finish thinking so they can begin their own.
The silence isn't empty. It's full of things that don't need words. A sound comes, not from the room, not from outside, but from deep in your body. Not a noise, not a thought. Just a kind of release, like something long held inside, finally letting go without notice. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't signal arrival or departure. It's just released. And then nothing follows. The night doesn't care if you're awake.
It doesn't care if you sleep. It simply continues, not for you, not against you, but as it has always done. You are not the reason it exists. You are only one of many things that happen inside it. There's no need to understand how long this lasts. No need to know what comes after. Even the idea of time feels thin now, like paper left out in rain, softening at the edges until it can't be read anymore.
But simply as the air moves through the cracks in the wall, as dust settles where no one looks, as shadows stretch into shapes they never meant to become. There's no need to be careful now, no risk of falling, because you've already stopped being anything that could fall. You're not leaning forward or back, just present in a way that doesn't require holding on. The quiet isn't waiting for you to notice it.
It has always been here, and you are only just beginning to feel its thickness, like fabric worn soft over years of use. Not repaired, not replaced, just accepted as it is. You don't need to be still to belong to this moment. You're already in it, without having arrived. Without having left anything behind. Without even knowing you were somewhere else before. There's no one left to say who you are. Not even the mind. It doesn't ask for permission anymore. it just stops trying to answer. And so, you don't need to know what happens next. You're not responsible for it. You've already passed through the part where you had to be someone specific. Someone who remembers, who decides, who holds on. That person is gone. Not dead, but forgotten in a way that feels like peace. A thread has come untwisted, somewhere deep beneath your ribs. So quietly, you didn't feel it break. Not a snap, not an ache. Just a release that left no mark on anything but the air around you. It was never meant to be held in place. The body knows what it can carry and what it cannot. And now, after so many days of carrying weight that wasn't yours, something has quietly loosened its grip. Without warning, without ceremony. There's a space where pressure used to be.
Not because it's filled with light or ease, but simply because the weight isn't there anymore. That absence is not empty. It's full in a different way. Full of breath that doesn't need to return to anything. The room has cooled enough that your skin feels the difference. Not cold, not warm, just aware. As if it has learned to listen again without needing to react. Your shoulder rests against the edge of the mattress where the blanket ends. It's no longer a place you have to defend or adjust.
The way the fabric drapes there is natural, no effort behind it. A fold that exists because it can. Like how dust settles in corners, not for show, but simply because gravity doesn't ask permission. Outside, the trees are still, not frozen, not waiting, but held in a pause so soft it's almost forgotten. No reason for this curve of your spine. No excuse for how your foot rests on the edge of the bed. It's not wrong because it isn't perfect. It's simply what happens when you stop trying to make motion into meaning. A thought drifts by, not one you invited, nor one that needs a response, but one that arrives like fog at dawn. This moment is not yours to keep, and yet it is already passing through. Not stolen, not lost, just moving along with the rest of time, which doesn't care who owns what it touches. The curtain's shadow has stopped shifting in any noticeable way. It no longer creeps across the floor like a slow hand reaching for something. Now it sits still, like a thought that was about to form and then didn't. Like a name you almost spoke, but let go before the sound could leave your lips. The shape is there, yes, but not with purpose, not with urgency. It's only there, as shadows do when they no longer need to be seen. You are not being asked to remember anything tonight. You're not being tested on how much you've learned or how well you've handled the day.
There's no scorecard tucked away in a drawer somewhere, waiting for your performance at midnight. The night is too old for evaluation. It has witnessed thousands of sleepless minds and never once recorded them. The idea that this moment might be special, might matter more than others, is beginning to fade, not because it was false, but because the need to believe it has dropped away. Not rejected, just released. Like a leaf that falls into water and sinks without resistance, no longer caring whether it floats or drowns. Your hands are still where they were before. One rests flat on your chest, palm up, not seeking anything. The other lies beside you, fingers curled just enough to avoid the cold edge of the mattress. They don't know what comes next, and that's okay. The body doesn't need to plan its next movement, only to allow it. There is no beginning and end to this stillness. It isn't a pause between actions. It isn't waiting for you to wake up so it can begin again. It just is. Like the way the wall holds warmth even after the sun has left. Like how silence lingers in the space where sound used to be. You don't need to understand why this is happening. You're not being asked to make sense of your presence here, or explain what you've been doing with yourself since evening. The mind doesn't have to produce answers for things that were never questions. There's no demand from the night, not even a whisper. It simply continues,
and so do you. The breath moves through you like water through roots. Slow, deep, unseen. Not forced, not guided by will. Just flowing where it finds room. You don't decide when to inhale or exhale. They happen on their own, in time with something older than your thoughts. There's no one inside the dark who needs to be found tonight.
No part of you has gone missing. No piece is out of place. Not even the silence that lives between heartbeats, because it too belongs here. Not as a gap, but as a kind of presence. A space where words don't need to go. The pillow under your head feels less like an object and more like a memory of softness. The way things feel when you've lived with them for so long, they stop being separate from your body. It's not supporting you, nor resisting you. It simply is, exactly as it has always been. In the same way that the air is not trying to be breathable, it just is. You are no longer making yourself smaller to fit into this moment. You're not shrinking to make room for peace.
You've already passed through the part where you had to shrink, where you thought stillness required effort or silence demanded performance. That version of you has faded like a letter left too long in sunlight. The ink runs but doesn't matter anymore. There's no need to be careful with this quiet now. No risk of losing it if you move wrong. You're not holding something fragile. You're not balancing on the edge of awareness, afraid to fall into nothing. You've already arrived at a place where falling isn't possible, because there is no ground beneath your feet anymore. The darkness around you doesn't need light to exist. It's not waiting for dawn. It doesn't care if you stay awake or sleep. It simply is, as it always has been, in the same way that a river doesn't ask whether its water belongs to anyone. It just moves where gravity allows. There is no one left who needs your attention tonight. Not even the part of you that used to be worried about being forgotten. That voice isn't here anymore, not because it's gone, but because it finally stopped needing to speak. You don't need to protect anything now. No memory, no image, no feeling that might hurt tomorrow. The things you held so tightly during the day, those thoughts, those names, those unresolved phrases, are already slipping away, not through effort, but by simply being no longer needed. They don't vanish. They just stop needing a home in your mind. The room doesn't care about your plans for tomorrow. It doesn't track your progress or measure your worth against what you've done today. It holds only the shape of this moment.
the way the air sits still at the edge of sleep, like something that knows it's not supposed to be noticed. Your body is no longer trying to stay awake,
Nor is it fighting to fall asleep. It simply exists in a space where neither effort nor resistance applies. There's no battle between alertness and surrender, only a quiet passage through time without direction. The sound of your breath is not being monitored. It doesn't need to be steady or deep. It just is. Like the way dust motes move in still air, not because they're going anywhere, but because motion happens even when no one is watching. There's no one who needs you to be anything right now. No role, no identity, no expectation. You're not required to remember your name, or recognize your face, or know where this night began. The mind doesn't need to reconstruct the day. It only needs to let it go. And so, as the shadows stretch into shapes they never meant to become, and as the silence thickens like fabric worn thin by time, you don't have to do anything at all. You're not even required to be aware of your own awareness anymore. It's enough that you are, without needing to confirm it, without needing to name yourself. You are noticing how the air near the floor has cooled just enough that when you shift slightly, just a breath's worth, the small movement stirs something older than temperature, like memory of stillness returning to skin after long absence. It does not ask for acknowledgement. You do not have to name it or trace its path through your limbs. The chill is only the way warmth leaves behind, no proof that it was ever there. Just as a footstep fades without sound when nothing comes to walk over it again. The blanket has settled into folds you didn't place, each one shaped by hours of weight and stillness, rather than intent. It does not pretend to be flat or perfect. You are allowed the same kind of quiet acceptance, not because things should be this way, but simply because they are. There is no judgment in a fold. There is only shape emerging from time. Outside, something has stopped moving. Perhaps a branch above. Perhaps a bird perched too long on an old wire. And for now, that stillness lives longer than any thought you might try to give it form. The silence isn't empty. It is not waiting for noise to fill it. It simply holds space, like the hollow of a stone where no light has ever been. Your hands rest loose at your sides, not relaxed in some performance sense, but as if they have forgotten what purpose meant earlier today. They are no longer tools or weapons, nor shields against anything that might come near them. There is nothing to defend now,
Not even the idea of being defended. Just fingers curling slightly into their own shape, like roots finding earth without knowing how deep it goes. You feel a shift, not in breath, but beneath it. The kind of quiet where sound no longer travels through air, only through time.
The last word you thought has already gone elsewhere before you realized you'd spoken it at all. There is nothing left to catch up with. No echo that needs returning. The light from the street lamp outside doesn't reach into your room anymore. It's dimmed by the thickness of glass and shadow both. But not because someone turned it off. It just stopped mattering enough for anyone to notice how little remained. The world keeps going without needing you to see its edges. There is a place in the air near your shoulder where dust collects, not from neglect, but simply because that's where particles land when they stop trying to rise again.
You don't have to clean it or make room for something better. It stays exactly as it was, weightless enough to float, yet too heavy to vanish. The clock doesn't move forward in any way you can feel. Not by minute, not even by second. The hands are still there. There's no reason they should disappear, but their meaning has slipped past your ability to use them for anything other than decoration. You don't have to remember when it started or how long it will go on. You're only here in the way a leaf stays suspended between two branches, not because it wants to stay, but because nothing pulls harder one way than the other. Your thoughts are not things you carry anymore. They move like shadows across stone that has no names for them. They leave marks without meaning. No need to identify which is yours or how long each will linger before melting into something older and quieter. The walls aren't holding anything back tonight. Not even silence. Because they've stopped believing in containment. The room breathes with the same rhythm as your body. Slowly, evenly. Not because it has been taught to do so, but simply because there is no reason not to.
You are beginning to notice how small some parts of yourself have become. Not diminished, just less loud. A corner where you used to argue with memory now holds only a faint warmth, like the inside of an old envelope that's never opened again. It doesn't hurt or call attention.
It simply is. There was once a version of you who believed in urgency, that every moment had to mean something, be remembered, be carried forward. But that version has stopped speaking, not because it died, but because its voice no longer fits the air around here anymore. There's nothing in danger of being taken away by anything outside you. Not from fear, or noise, or time. Nothing can come through that hasn't already passed. The way the curtain folds at its edge, how it drapes across the sill, like a breath held too long, is not waiting for wind to move it again. It knows what happens when nothing stirs, and still remains shaped by absence rather than force. You could open your eyes if you wanted, but there's no reason to look anywhere now. The dark doesn't hide anything, nor does it show more than it already is. There's no story behind the shape of a shadow on the wall, unless you make one up. And even then, making stories wouldn't matter, because they don't stick around long enough for anyone to believe them. The only thing that lasts here isn't thought or memory, but presence itself. Like warmth in the space where a body once lay. You're not doing anything special, not resisting sleep nor chasing it, just being, not as an act of will, but because there's nothing else you can be when all effort has dissolved into air. Your fingers rest again on your chest, not to check if they still beat or how fast, but just because that is where the pulse lives, and now it moves only by habit, like a clock without hands. There's no need for rhythm anymore. The body doesn't have to keep time when there's nothing left to count. The dust motes in the air, those tiny specks you didn't know were floating, are not drifting toward anywhere. They aren't going to land on anything important or meaningful. But they move anyway, as if movement itself is enough reason for them to be here. You don't have to understand why things stay still or what makes a sound disappear before it finishes. You're only allowed to notice how the air changes color when light fades from one side of the room, but not another. How shadow doesn't grow darker simply because you look at it, nor lighter for your attention. There's no difference between being awake and falling asleep now. Not in any way that matters. There is just a slow turning inward, like roots expanding underground without knowing where they're heading or what will come of them. You are not becoming something new. You are simply unbecoming the idea that you needed to be anything at all. Letting go not because it's hard, but because holding on has become invisible, automatic, unnecessary. Even your name doesn't need a voice anymore. Not in this moment, nor for any future one. The shape of yourself is no longer tied to sound or recognition. It exists only as the space where breath settles when there's nowhere else to go. And that space, this quiet, is not something you must earn. Not something you have to prove belongs to you.
You're allowed to be here without qualification, simply because this moment has already passed through what it needed to pass through before arriving at this exact place. Neither beginning nor end, but a kind of resting between. The air is still cool near your feet, but not cold enough to make you pull the blanket tighter or think about warmth. It's just there. Like every other part of tonight, the way silence settles in corners where no one has ever spoken aloud. You don't have to wait for anything. No signal. No sign that it's time to stop being aware, nor any reason to rush into sleep. You are already deep enough inside stillness for the kind of turning that needs no direction. There is only this, a hand resting on your side, not trying to move or remember what happened yesterday. Eyes closed and untroubled by whether they're open or shut. Because it doesn't matter now. The world outside does not know you're awake. It has been moving in its own rhythm for hours longer than you've been conscious of time. But even if it did, there would be no need to explain anything about this moment. Not because it's special, but because nothing requires justification here anymore. A single thread of light still traces the edge of the ceiling, where the street lamp outside once spilled through. Now just a faint ghost line, as if the room remembers something even the mind has forgotten. You don't need to name what it was. It's not about recognition. The shape is fading, like ink left out in air, and that's enough. There's no obligation to recall why you looked up at it or what you were waiting for when it first appeared. Even if you had a reason once,
It has already passed through you, like breath going out, like rain absorbed into soil, and there is nothing left to retrieve from the space between your thoughts. The air shifts in slow waves, not because of wind, but because something in the room has settled differently. The blanket no longer rests exactly where it did a minute ago. It's creased now along one side, as though the body beneath it has shifted just enough to release pressure. Just enough that the fabric adjusts without you knowing when or why. You're not doing this. Nothing is being done. Only allowing. The way moss grows on stone without asking permission. You don't have to stay awake because you want to, nor do you have to fall asleep because it's expected. There is no pressure in either direction, only a quiet drift toward less effort, like water finding its level after the storm has passed. Your skin feels the coolness not as discomfort, but as presence, like being touched by something that doesn't belong to any one thing or person, just exists alongside you for now. A sound comes from far away, a car passing too slowly down a street that doesn't care who hears it. But even that isn't heard with attention. It's only noticed like the hum of a distant heater that was never turned on and yet still plays in the walls.
You don't need to decide if it's real or imagined, nor whether you should listen closer. The sound simply arrives as part of the air itself, something that exists independently of your noticing, but now belongs to this moment anyway. There is a silence between two heartbeats that feels different from all others, not empty, not full, but held open by its own shape, not waiting for something else, just being there because it was always meant to be.
That space isn't yours to claim or lose. It's only what happens when nothing needs to happen. You don't need to remember your name in order to be here. The word doesn't have to form in the mind to confirm you exist. You are already present, like a shadow that appears without being called, like warmth that spreads through fabric without needing to be explained. The pillow beneath your head has softened over time, not from use alone, but because it's absorbed all of the stillness into its fibers, just as dust gathers in corners, not by design, but by chance. It doesn't matter whether it was ever clean or new.
It only matters that now it holds you gently, not as a surface to lie on, but as something that has learned how to rest. Your breath is no longer tied to any rhythm. There's no need for the chest to rise and fall in patterns that mean anything. The air moves through you without needing your consent or even awareness, and that movement is enough. Even if there were a pause, it wouldn't be an interruption. it would only be another part of how things are. A memory drifts, not sharp or clear, just a feeling. The weight of someone's hand on your shoulder during a moment you can't place. Not now, not ever again.
You don't have to reconstruct what was said, who was there, or why it mattered at all. The feeling lingers like heat from something that has long since gone out. Warmth in an empty room. And yet, you are not holding on to any of this. Not the warmth, not the shape of the hand, not even the silence that followed. You're only noticing how certain moments pass through you without leaving a trace behind. Just as rain passes over glass and leaves no mark when it dries. The dark has changed its texture again, not darker or lighter, but different in quality. It isn't uniform anymore. There are pockets where it feels deeper, like water under stone, and others that are more porous, as though the night is breathing through gaps you can't see. You don't need to name them. They simply exist, like breath held behind the ribs until it releases without warning. The idea of time has thinned out so much that it no longer feels real. Your fingers rest where they fell, on your side, on your chest, wherever motion left them. And there is no need to move them
again. They don't have to be useful. They only have to be present as part of this quiet body that doesn't know it's been unwound slowly over time.
You're allowed to forget it entirely, just as you were allowed to notice it without needing to keep it. There's no rule about how long a feeling should last, or what must survive after it fades. Even the act of noticing doesn't require an effort to sustain. It simply happens, like light touching the inside of your eyelids when you close them, and not knowing whether they're open or shut, because it doesn't matter now. The room no longer feels separate from you.
Not because you've merged with it, but because distance has dissolved into stillness. The way sound fades in a canyon long after the shout is gone. You are not becoming quieter on purpose. You aren't trying to disappear. It's just that there's less and less left to hold onto. Less need for words, for images, for meaning. The mind no longer needs to be right or wrong, present or absent. There's only room now for what is already here. A shadow shifts again, not from a curtain moving this time, but from something deeper in the shape of the wall itself, as if gravity has changed, just slightly, and nothing else noticed. You don't need to look at it. It doesn't demand attention. It simply moves, like all things do when they're allowed to. Even your name, what you've called yourself for years, is not needed here. Not even a whisper of it is required. There's no one to answer to, no one calling from the other side of silence. The space where your identity used to live has become porous, like soil after rain. The kind that lets things pass through without leaving an imprint. You don't have to be anything now, especially not someone who needs to explain themselves to anyone,
even in their own thoughts. The air is still cool near your feet, but it doesn't demand anything from you. You're not expected to pull up the blanket or shift position. It's only there, like every other part of this night. A quiet presence that doesn't need to be noticed, but is felt anyway. You are allowed to stay exactly where you are. No movement needed. No effort required. Not even the will to remain awake. There's no reason to do anything except let go into what's already happening. The thought that comes now isn't shaped like a question or a worry. It simply appears. How long it has been since something began without needing an end. How many moments have passed through you without being named, without needing to be saved. And then, nothing. Not silence. Not absence. Just the kind of stillness that happens when there's no one left to listen. And no sound left to make. You don't need to return anything to yourself. You're not losing anything by letting it go. The curve where the blanket meets your hip is softening into the shape of you. Not because you're holding it there, but because the air has stopped pushing back. You don't need to stay still. There's no effort in remaining like this, but the way your body settles feels less like intention and more like something that was always meant to happen. The wall behind you isn't listening. It doesn't care if you're awake or half asleep, whether thoughts are passing through or not. It simply holds its quiet weight as it has for years. No need to explain itself. No demand to be noticed. A breath slips out without being asked. You don't have to make space for it. It arrives like a drop of water falling into stillness. A small movement that doesn't disturb the surface, but leaves its mark in how the silence holds after. The dark isn't empty. It's full of things that aren't names, not images, not even feelings. Just presence. A kind of quiet that doesn't say anything because it has nothing to prove. There was a time you believed understanding required effort, like climbing towards something higher so you could see farther. But now the ground feels steady beneath you, and there's no hill to climb. The mind isn't trying to reach anywhere. It's not even curious anymore. It only notices what's already here. The slow slide of fabric against skin. The way your fingers rest on your stomach without needing a purpose. The ceiling doesn't have edges in this light. It just is. Neither close nor far. Neither solid nor hollow. You don't need to decide if it's real or imagined. The difference has blurred into something too soft for words. There's no rule about what must be true and what can be let go. A sound passes through the house, a floorboard settling perhaps, or a shift in the draft around the window frame. But it doesn't wake you. It drifts by like a memory that isn't yours, like something heard once long ago and already forgotten. You don't have to hold on to its shape. Letting go of it feels easier than holding on. Your hands are warm where they rest. Warm not from heat, but from the fact that they're allowed to stay still. No one is waiting for them to move. They aren't needed to do anything except be here as part of this quiet body lying in the dark. The air near your feet is cooler now, not sharp or cold, just different than where you are. It moves slowly, like thoughts that don't want to come back. There's no reason to pull the blanket up higher. The coolness doesn't demand attention. It doesn't ask for comfort. It simply exists as part of the night's rhythm. You're not becoming smaller.
You're just less defined, less held together by what you've called yourself in the past, by who people have said you were or should be. There's no need to defend a version of you that might not even exist anymore. The self isn't something fixed. It's more like the way shadows move across a floor when the light changes without warning. You don't have to decide if any of this is meaningful. Meaning doesn't have to come from somewhere else. Like an answer, or a moment that lasts long enough to be remembered. Some things are allowed to pass through you and leave no trace because they never needed one. The silence between heartbeats isn't empty. It's full of space where nothing happens except being. It's not waiting for something to fill it. It doesn't feel the need to respond or react. The quiet holds itself, just as your body does now. Soft in places you didn't know could be soft-heavy where you weren't expecting weight. There's no one to report back to. No record to keep. You're not expected to remember this moment. Not even a whisper of it is necessary. There's only room for what arrives without being invited, and that's enough. The shape of the night has changed again, though you can't say how or when. It's deeper now in some places, thinner in others, not because anything moved, but because your attention no longer needs to track its edges. The boundaries have softened into something quiet and unmarked. A thought drifts through, just a flicker of image. The curve of a tree branch against the sky at dusk, seen years ago. Not remembered for what it was, only how it felt in that moment when you looked up and didn't know why. It's gone now, but not lost, not even missed. You don't need to keep anything. You're allowed to let everything pass through without knowing where it goes or if it ever returns. The mind isn't trying to hold on to the day or the hour before sleep or any of what happened between then and now. The only thing that remains is this: your body resting in place,
your breath slow and unmarked by effort, your eyes closed not because you're sleeping, but because there's no need to look anywhere else. The outside world isn't pressing in anymore. There's no door that needs locking, no voice calling from beyond the walls. You don't have to be anything now except what is happening. Just as a shadow doesn't have to become light to be real. It only has to be there when the light passes through. Door, the room breathes with you, not in time, just this small touch, and the way the air holds its shape around it, as if holding still is not just allowed, but natural. The dark has no weight now, not because it's light, but because it doesn't ask you to carry it. It simply fills the corners like memory that isn't needed, like a word you once knew but don't need anymore. You're not losing yourself. There was never anything solid to lose. Just moments passing through, soft and slow, with no one left to say they were yours. There's room for more than just stillness now. Not because something has changed, but because the idea of needing to fill space has gone quiet, too. The air near your shoulder is colder again, but this time, it doesn't pull you into awareness. It drifts like a thought that never finished forming, like a name spoken once and forgotten before it could settle in your mouth. There's no one here who needs to be found. No one waiting at the edge of sleep with instructions or questions. You're not being watched, not even by yourself.
The line between inside and outside has blurred into something that doesn't need naming, like a sound that fades just before it ends, like a shadow that dissolves without anyone seeing it go. You don't have to be aware of anything anymore. Awareness isn't needed. It's not required for the breath to continue or for your body to stay where it is. There's only this. The way silence settles when nothing else demands attention, and how even the smallest movement, just a shift in pressure beneath your ribs, feels like part of the night now, like something that was always meant to be there. A thread of cool air moves along your collarbone like a whisper that never chose its words. It doesn't demand you notice it. It just is. There, then gone. Not because it was forgotten, but because it wasn't meant to stay.
They don't mean anything. They only are. And you're allowed to rest where they drift. A memory comes, not as an image, not as a moment, but as a temperature. The faint warmth of hands pressed together under a blanket during a winter evening long ago. Not your hands now, but the feeling of being held in place by something soft and steady.
It's gone before you can name it, but not lost.
Because there was never anything to lose. You only noticed that heat for an instant, just enough to know how stillness feels when two bodies are close without needing to speak. The air near your temple is cooler than the rest, like a breath drawn from deeper in the room. It doesn't announce itself. It settles. And you don't have to respond. You're not asked to pull it in or push it away. There's no need for reaction. Just space, quietly changing around you, as if the walls themselves are learning how to let go. A thought passes, not like a word, but like a ripple underwater. The light doesn't remember your face. It doesn't matter that it didn't.
The room has always known its own shape without needing to be seen. And so have you, without needing to be named. You're not being asked to prove anything now. Not even presence. The blanket folds over your ankle in a way that wasn't there before, just slightly different. An adjustment of weight, not intention. It's the kind of shift no one would notice unless they were lying still for hours and paying attention. And you are. You don't need to pay attention anymore. But you're allowed to. The difference is not in effort. It's in permission. Your fingers lie flat against your ribs. Not because you've chosen them there, but because the body remembers what it needs without telling the mind.
There's no struggle between will and rest. No tension between wanting to stay awake and needing to sleep. Just this, a quiet alignment of limbs that doesn't require explanation. The hand isn't trying to find its place. It's simply resting where it has always belonged, not because it was meant to be there, but because it's no longer needed elsewhere. Outside, something moves, just beyond the glass, but you don't need to know what it is. You're not asked to name it, track it, or decide if it matters. The sound doesn't come near enough to disturb the air around your ears. It passes through like a shadow that never touched the ground. And stillness waits for nothing. The idea of time has stopped being something you measure. Not because hours have vanished, but because they no longer demand anything from you. There's no urgency in how long it takes for the dark to deepen, or how slowly the cold creeps through the sill. It doesn't matter that minutes pass without you noticing them. The night is not counting. You are not being kept up. The ceiling above
has softened into something almost blurred, like a surface seen underwater, or like a dream that begins just before waking but never fully arrives. There's no line between where it ends and where the air takes over. And there's no need to draw one. A faint weight rests at the base of your spine. Not pain, not pressure, just presence. Like something left behind by gravity alone, not effort. It doesn't say anything. It only is. And you're allowed to be in that place without needing to fix it, explain it, or move away from it. You don't have to do anything with the weight. It's already doing what it needs to. The air near your lips feels different now. Lighter, thinner, like a space where breath has lingered, but no longer insists on returning.
There's room for silence in that space, and you're not asked to fill it. You can let it be empty without fear. That emptiness doesn't mean absence. It only means nothing needs to happen. A sound drifts in from the street. Just a single tone, low and distant, but not loud enough to pull your attention. Not sharp enough to make you open your eyes.
It fades before it finishes, like a word spoken at the edge of sleep that never reaches meaning. And stillness returns, not because something was removed, but because nothing needed to be added. The thought comes now without voice. You are not keeping anything, not even this moment. You're not guarding the silence, holding onto the dark, or protecting your rest from interruption. The mind doesn't need to protect itself anymore. There is no enemy in the quiet, no threat that needs watching for. Just space, wide and soft, where nothing must be remembered.
Your shoulders are lower now than they were an hour ago. Not because you've moved them, but because gravity has taken its time without resistance. The body remembers how to settle when it isn't being asked to stay awake. It doesn't have to fight the weight of night or defend against stillness. It only needs to let go. A thread of light, thin and pale, winds through the edge of the curtain. Not enough to see by, just enough to mark where shadow ends and air begins. It doesn't illuminate anything. It simply passes through,
like a memory that never quite came into focus. And you don't have to follow it. The dark has no agenda. It doesn't want your attention, your effort, or your thoughts.
It's not trying to be something, nor is it afraid of becoming nothing. It only exists as it does, without need, without demand. You're not being asked to change, not even to relax. You're simply allowed to be where you are, not because you've earned it, but because there was never a reason to leave. The air near your ear feels thinner now, like the moment after a word is spoken and the echo has faded into silence. There's no noise left in it, no trace of speech or breath, just openness. And that opening isn't empty. It's full of what doesn't need names. You're not holding anything, not even awareness. The mind can be quiet without needing to do anything about it. It doesn't have to return to the surface. It doesn't have to come back from where it has gone. The night is not waiting for you to wake up. It's not keeping track of how long you've been still. It simply continues, just as you are continuing. Not because you're trying, but because you don't need to stop. A slow turn happens in the quiet between breaths, like something shifting just beyond hearing. The shadow on the wall has softened its edge, not grown darker, not lighter, but simply ceased to insist on being sharp. It moves without urgency, as if it knows no one is watching. And so, it can be whatever shape it needs to be for itself. You don't need to name it. You don't need to wonder why it's there. It's just been allowed to stay. The blanket has settled into a stillness that feels older than your thoughts, older even than the memory of moving beneath it. The weave holds heat, not by effort, but by time, as if warmth had simply forgotten how to leave. You are not warming yourself. You're only lying in the space where heat is already resting.
A silence settles across the room like dust on glass. Not thick, not heavy, just present. It doesn't press. It doesn't demand attention. It simply is, and you are permitted to be there with it, without correction or commentary. No one is asking you to remember anything. Not a name, not a face, not even the sound of your own voice from earlier tonight. The air near your fingertips has cooled slightly, just enough that when they drift, barely stirring, the change registers like a thought that never quite formed. There's no need to pull them back.
No reason to tuck them under the covers or pretend you hadn't noticed. They can rest where they are, in the quiet space between warmth and coolness. The ceiling is not speaking.
The floor beneath you does not complain. Even the walls have stopped holding their breath. There's no pressure from any direction. No corner pressing inward. No surface pushing out. Just a soft balance of still things that do not need to be noticed, but are allowed to exist anyway. You don't have to gather your thoughts before sleep comes. You don't have to tidy up the evening or place it somewhere safe. The day has already slipped away, not into memory, not into forgetting, but into the kind of absence that doesn't feel like loss. It's gone because nothing was holding on. A breath rises and falls without any intention behind it. No effort, no goal. No need to be deep or slow or controlled. It simply moves through you as air does, quietly, naturally, without apology. The body doesn't have to teach itself how to breathe. It remembers in its own way, like a river remembering where the sea is. The dark has not changed color. It's still only dark. But it no longer feels like absence. It's become something that holds you even when you're not aware of being held. There's no demand for gratitude or recognition. The night doesn't want to be seen as kind. It just is, and your staying in it is enough. A faint scent drifts through the room. Something old, almost forgotten. Cedar from a drawer left open too long. Or maybe dust caught in sunlight that never arrived. It's not pleasant or unpleasant. It only lingers for a moment before dissolving into air again. And you don't need to ask what it was. The silence has grown deeper, not because the room is quieter, but because your mind has stopped trying to measure it. You aren't counting how long this stillness lasts. You're not checking whether it's deep enough or if you've earned it. There's no standard, no benchmark, only what is and what is allowed. You don't have to keep track of time. The hours are moving without your permission, without your notice, and that's exactly how they should be. They slip by like leaves in a stream, not lost, not gone forever, but simply on their way. You're not responsible for them. No one expects you to account for the passage. The thought that formed earlier about being somewhere between wakefulness and sleep is no longer something you're holding. It's not even a memory of having had it. It has simply faded into the air like steam from a cup left too long on the table. Gone before it could be named. There is nothing to return to. There is nowhere you need to go. You are already where you were meant to be. lying down in quiet, not doing anything special, just being held by the shape of night and the slow rhythm of breath. The room has stopped breathing with you. It doesn't rise and fall. But it's not separate either. It exists beside you without needing to connect. You don't have to reach out to feel its presence. It is there simply because it was always there. In this same way, every night since before you could remember, the warmth under your shoulder has settled into the mattress like a mark left behind by something that passed through, like a footprint on damp earth. Not permanent, not significant, but real enough to be felt when you shift slightly. And then it's gone again. Not disappeared, but no longer needing to be noticed. You are not being asked to stay awake or fall asleep. You're only allowed to rest in the space where neither one is required. A sound drifts, barely more than a vibration against the wall. A car passing far away on a road that doesn't connect here. It's not loud enough to disturb, not sharp enough to pull your attention. It moves through the dark like a shadow, without form. And you don't need to ask what it is or where it came from. There's no need to listen for meaning, no reason to wonder if it will return. The night doesn't require explanation. It only needs to be lived in. You don't have to decide whether this is peace or stillness or sleep or absence. You're not being asked to label anything, not even your own body, which has stopped trying to stay upright and now lies as it was meant to, drifting down into the soft weight of gravity alone. The air near your ear has cooled again, not sharply, but gently, like a breath that came too close and then moved away before being noticed. And you don't have to follow it. You're not chasing anything. The mind doesn't need to catch up with itself anymore. There's no story here. No plot. No event waiting to unfold. Just the slow turning of something that was never meant to be hurried. Just as nothing in this room is meant to be rushed. The dark has grown softer at the edges, not darker, not lighter, but less defined. Like a line drawn with chalk on glass, slowly worn away by time and touch. It doesn't need to stay sharp. It only needs to be there. You don't have to protect your thoughts from silence. You're not guarding against emptiness. The space between one breath and the next is allowed to remain empty because it isn't supposed to be filled. Even when you think it's not an act of doing.
It's just a passing through, a ripple in air that doesn't need a source or a cause. The body has stopped reminding you that it exists. You're no longer aware of your hands, your feet, the weight of your head on the pillow, because none of those things are asking to be noticed. They are simply doing their quiet work without permission and without praise. There's no one here to tell you what to do. No voice from outside. Not even a whisper in memory. Just silence that doesn't need to be broken. You don't have to stay awake. You don't have to sleep.
The room holds its breath, but so do you. Not because you've agreed to, but because there's no reason to move. And stillness doesn't need a name. It doesn't have to be remembered. It just is. And that is enough. You're not holding anything now. Not even the idea of holding on. There's nothing here that needs to be saved. Nothing to preserve. No moment to protect from fading. The air has grown thinner. Not cold, not dry, but lighter in its weight. Like something that no longer wants to stay attached. And you don't need to do anything with it. You are simply allowed to be where you are. You are lying where you were meant to lie, not because you chose it, but because nothing else was required. The blanket has settled into its own shape across your chest, no longer pressed down by hands that knew how to hold things tightly. It's just there, like the memory of a hand that once rested gently on your shoulder and then left without speaking. That kind of stillness doesn't ask for acknowledgement. It only exists. The window is not closed, but it does not open either.
The air moves through its space as if it has forgotten how to be stopped. There's no wind in the room, just a breath that comes from somewhere else and drifts toward you like an old letter without a return address. You don't need to read what it says. It was never meant for your eyes. A shadow shifts again, but not as before. Not like the curtain moving with a current of air, or the slow turn of something external. This one is smaller, quieter, part of the darkness itself beginning to reconfigure, like ink dropping into water and spreading without direction. It doesn't stretch toward you. It doesn't demand to be seen.
It simply becomes more real in its own way, as if it had been waiting for a moment when no one was watching. Your skin has stopped trying to stay warm. The coolness that came earlier, the kind that settles into your shoulder blades and pools at the base of your throat, is not a threat. It's just an arrival, like something returning after being absent for too long. There's no need to cover it with thought. No reason to pull the blanket up or shift position. You don't have to make anything feel better. The space between one breath and the next has deepened, not because you are holding it, but because there is no urgency in its return. The air outside the window hums at a frequency so low that even silence seems to listen. There's nothing behind it, no source to trace. It just is. And your body knows this without needing to know why. A sound returns, not from far away this time, but near enough that you might have mistaken it for a sigh if you had been listening with effort. But you're not. You are only allowing the shape of hearing to remain open, like a door left slightly ajar when no one is coming through. It does not matter who or what made it. The tone was not sharp enough to cut. It did not carry an edge that needed naming. There's no reason to wonder if you will remember this moment tomorrow. No need to file it away as special, important, or even worth holding. You're not being asked to preserve anything. Not the softness of your breath against the pillow. Not the way one eyelid droops without meaning. Not even the quiet that settles into the hollow behind your ribs when you stop thinking about staying awake. The clock has stopped ticking in your mind, but not because it was ever running. It's just no longer part of what's happening here. There's no time to measure by. Only a kind of lengthening, where each passing moment feels less like something being used up, and more like something simply becoming thinner, lighter. You are not moving towards sleep, nor away from wakefulness. You're in the space between them, not because you've stepped into it, but because nothing has pulled you out yet. The mind doesn't have to decide what's next. It only needs to allow itself to stop being active. And that is already happening. The ceiling above you isn't a surface anymore. It's just a shape in the dark. Flat, distant, uninvolved. There are no cracks or stains to notice.
No patterns hidden in paint. It doesn't need your attention, and yet it remains, quietly present, as if it were always meant to be seen without being seen. You don't have to make sense of what's inside you. You're not required to unpack the weight that sometimes settles just below the collarbone, or trace the path of a thought that slipped through like a shadow between two walls. Some things are allowed to stay unfinished, unnamed, untouched by meaning. Your hands lie where they fell, fingers relaxed, palms turned upward, as if receiving something from no one and nothing. They don't know how to be useful anymore. They've stopped waiting for permission to rest. The muscles in your wrists have forgotten the idea of tension. There's no effort behind stillness. It doesn't need to prove itself. There is a silence that does not ask anything, not even to be noticed. It just stays, like dust settling on a shelf, long unused. It has nowhere else to go, no one to impress or explain to. It exists because it can, and that is enough. And you are allowed to exist in the same way, not as someone who must earn rest, not as one who must prove they're ready for sleep. You don't have to be worthy of stillness. You aren't being judged on your ability to let go. The room has cooled further, but not enough to feel cold. It's more like a memory of coolness, the kind that lives in the body after a shower, when the skin remembers wetness even as it dries. This is not discomfort. It's not resistance. It's just air, moving through space with no purpose. The idea of yourself, the shape of you, that formed earlier when the mind was active is beginning to loosen, not like a knot coming undone, but like sand slipping through fingers you never realized were holding on too tightly. There's nothing here you must carry forward, not even the name of what happened today. The day doesn't need your memory to survive it. It has already moved on.
The air near your temple feels lighter now. Not because anything changed, but because you've stopped trying to understand or hold onto it. You're no longer measuring how much pressure is in your head or wondering if this feeling will last. You don't have to do anything with the dark. You don't need to ask what's beyond the walls or whether something has been left behind. The room doesn't demand answers. There's a quiet that isn't silence. Not exactly. It's like the stillness after music ends, when the notes are gone, but their echo remains in the bones of the space. A kind of soft pressure in the air that doesn't need to be explained. And you're allowed to stay here where nothing is expected and everything is already enough. A shape in the air now, not fixed, not holding its form, like steam from a cup left too long on the table, rising until it meets no resistance and simply dissolves into the stillness above your head. You don't watch it go. You don't try to catch it. It leaves no trace but the faintest shift in warmth along your cheek, as if something had brushed past without meaning to be noticed. Not a wave. Not movement, just a soft letting happen where the body once expected effort. Your feet lie still at the foot of the bed, one slightly turned inward, the other relaxed in its own space, neither seeking balance nor fearing imbalance. They don't need to be aligned with anything. There's no reason for them to stay as they are, and yet they do. Not from will, not from habit, but simply because this is where rest settles when there is nothing left to hold on to. The blanket has shifted slightly during the hours, pulled down just enough that the edge now rests against your ankle like a forgotten promise. You don't pull it back up. It doesn't matter whether you're warm or cool. The air carries its own weight. Not heavy, not light, but simply there, filling the room with an absence of urgency. There's no clock in here to mark how long you've been awake.
no signal from outside that tells you when this moment should end. You are neither ahead nor behind. Not now, not ever. Time isn't a line drawn across your chest to be crossed or measured. It's just the way things happen, slowly, without needing permission.
You feel it in the hollow beneath your shoulder blade, where warmth pools like water held within a cup turned slightly on its side. Not pain, not tension, just presence. An area of quiet that doesn't demand anything from you. You don't have to name it. You don't even need to know why it's there. It simply is. And as long as you remain still, it remains too. There's no effort in holding this space open. No labor in allowing the air to settle into your ribs without being asked. The window pane has grown darker, not from night deepening, but from something else. A softness that creeps inward, like color fading on old paper. You can still see its outline, faint and blurred at the edges, as if it were no longer part of the world you're in, but rather a remnant of one you've already left behind. The shadow across the wall has slowed even further, not because time itself is slowing, but because your mind no longer needs to track it. It doesn't matter how far it moves or where it ends. You aren't waiting for it to reach something. You're not trying to predict what comes next. The silence isn't empty.
It's full of small things. The soft exhale of air from a distant vent, a pause between breaths that feels like an interval in music, and the slow rise and fall of your own chest. Not deliberate, not counted, just happening as if it were part of the room itself. Like dust settling on wood that no longer remembers being polished. There's no need to fix anything, not even the way your thoughts drift now. Not forward, not backward, just passing through like leaves caught in a slow current. They don't matter where they came from or where they're going. Some are warm, some cool. Some leave behind only the faintest trace of color on the inside edge of your awareness.
You don't need to follow them. There's no reason to understand why one appears and another fades. You notice how the space above your head feels different now. Not lighter, not heavier, but softer in texture, like a fabric that has been worn thin over years, yet still holds its shape without effort. It doesn't ask for attention. You don't have to stretch toward it or pull yourself into alignment with it. It's already there, surrounding you as if it had always known your body would lie exactly here. A thought passes, not a memory, not an image, just the idea of standing in a hallway where no one is waiting,
and doors remain unlabeled, untouched by use. You don't walk through them.
You don't even look at them. They're simply open, not inviting you to enter, not closing behind someone else, just existing, like the way your fingers lie now, relaxed against the bedsheet, each one a quiet gesture of surrender. The air near your neck is still cool, but it doesn't feel cold anymore. It feels like a memory, not of something that happened, but of how it felt to be touched by something you no longer remember touching back. There is no story behind it. No need to reconstruct the moment or name the hand or breath that once passed over this same skin. You are allowed to stop noticing. You don't have to keep track of everything. The mind doesn't need to stay awake just because there is space to be aware. Awareness isn't a duty. It's not something you must maintain in order to be present. You can let it rest, not as failure, but as natural return. The dark has grown deeper around the edges of your vision. Not black, exactly.
More like shadow that doesn't need light to exist, just space and time and stillness. It isn't waiting for you to say something. It doesn't expect you to be awake or asleep. It simply holds what's in it, not judging, not pushing, not asking. You don't have to decide anything now. Not about tomorrow. Not about how much of yourself remains intact after the day has passed. There's no test coming, no moment that needs your full attention. You aren't being asked to prove you're ready to sleep, or even that you want to. Sleep isn't a prize earned by effort. It comes not because you've done enough, but simply because you are here, and the night is long.
The shape of you has softened further, less defined now than it was hours ago. Not gone, not lost, just thinner, like ink diluted in water. You aren't a person with boundaries anymore. You're more like a place where things pass through without leaving marks. A room that holds what is placed within and lets the rest drift away. There's no one you need to be right now. No role to fulfill. Not even the idea of being yourself. The word you doesn't mean what it once did. Not because it's disappeared, but because it has stopped needing to hold so much. It can simply be a quiet presence in the dark without explanation. You don't have to carry anything forward. No ache, no unfinished sentence, not even the name of the day that ended hours ago. The world doesn't wait for your permission to keep turning.
Nothing requires you to remember it. Not the warmth of sunlight on your skin, nor the way a voice sounded when it said your name. The air moves gently across your face now, slow and unhurried, like breath released from somewhere far away. It's not trying to reach anything. It doesn't have an end point. It just drifts through space, filling corners that no one has visited in years. And you are allowed to be part of that movement without needing to understand it. Your breathing is quiet now, almost silent, as if the body has learned how to rest without sound. No effort behind it, no rhythm to maintain. It just happens, like a leaf falling into still water. There's no need for meaning here, not even the kind that comes from simply being alive. You don't have to earn your place in this moment. You aren't required to do anything with it. Just be, not as someone who has done enough or failed to do enough, but as something that exists without needing to justify itself. The stillness is not waiting for you to wake up. It isn't holding its breath until you say the right thing. It's just here, present, quiet, unclaimed by any purpose beyond being what it is. You don't have to be anything at all. You are allowed to exist without doing. You are sinking into a shape that doesn't ask for confirmation. Not a form you've made, not an image you've chosen. Just space where sensation has slowed to near nothingness, like water settling after the last ripple fades. The air against your skin is no longer temperature, it's presence. It doesn't announce itself with cold or warmth. It simply is, holding you without needing to be noticed. The ceiling above you has softened its outline, not because light returned, but because your eyes have stopped trying to find edges. There are no lines to follow now, no point where one thing ends and another begins. Just a slow merging of shadow into silence, as if the dark is learning how to breathe without sound. You don't have to name what's happening or even know it's happening. That quiet passage between awareness and stillness isn't something you must enter. It just is, like breath that no longer needs rhythm because it has stopped being effortful. The body knows this kind of release, not through thought, but through letting go. A thread from the past brushes against your mind. A phrase, half remembered, a tone from someone's voice long after they've left the room. It doesn't stay, not even for a moment. It slips away like dust stirred by wind in an empty hall, and there is no need to catch it or wonder why it came. You don't have to explain what that sound meant, nor who said it. The memory isn't yours to hold. Not anymore, and perhaps never was. The room has cooled further. Not abruptly, but gradually. A slow drift of temperature, like the way time passes when no one is keeping track. There's something quiet in how the cold moves through space. It doesn't demand attention. It simply takes its place among other things that exist without being claimed. A chair remains where it was, not because someone ordered it to stay, but because nothing has asked it to go. You are allowed to be part of this, not as a participant, not as an observer, but as a moment in the slow unfolding of stillness. Your thoughts don't have to finish. They can trail off mid-sentence and never return. There is no consequence. No one will ask why you stopped speaking inside your own mind. The blanket lies over you, heavy with quiet weight. Not pressure, just presence. It doesn't promise warmth in a way that needs proving. It simply is there, covering what is already covered by the dark, by air, by time passing, without fanfare.
You don't have to be awake for this moment to matter. You don't have to feel anything at all for it to be real. The room doesn't require your attention. No object needs you to remember its shape. Even your own body is not being asked to prove it's alive. No heartbeat must race. No breath must rise or fall with intention. There's a stillness beneath the surface of thought, deeper than silence. Not absence, not emptiness. Something older, the kind that doesn't speak because it has never needed to be heard. It only exists, and you are part of it now. Not by effort, but by simply being present in its quiet. A single thread from your sleeve brushes against your arm. It's not a sensation demanding notice, not even a pull or tickle. Just the faintest shift of fabric over skin, like something drifting through water without breaking surface tension. And you don't have to say what it means, or whether you should move. You can let that tiny movement be nothing, and still be here. The edges of your awareness are no longer sharp. They've softened into a haze where thought doesn't divide from feeling. There's no inside anymore that needs protecting, no boundary between what belongs to you and what does not. You don't have to guard against anything, not even the idea of losing yourself.
The self isn't something being held in place by willpower. It's not a fortress with gates shut tight. It's more like a current passing through still water. Invisible, but moving things along without resistance. The night doesn't care if you're sleeping or awake. It doesn't measure your progress toward rest. It just continues to be what it is. Long, open, and full of space that needs no justification. Your fingers lie still on the blanket.
Not because they've been told to stop moving, but because movement has become unnecessary. There's nothing left to reach for, no task unfulfilled, no message unsent. Even desire has quieted, not vanished, just softened into something formless and unclaimed. There is a calm that doesn't come from effort or intention. It arrives like fog, settling over fields long abandoned, slowly, silently, without asking permission. You don't have to make room for it. It's already here, filling the corners where nothing was ever expected. You are not required to be anyone in order to belong to this moment. Not a thinker, not a listener, not even someone who cares about being present. Just a presence, quiet, unclaimed, and without need of explanation. The air shifts again, not because something has entered the room, but because it's simply breathing. The way shadows move at the edges isn't slow, because time is passing more slowly. It's slow because nothing in this space is rushing to be anywhere else. Your mind doesn't have to stay focused. It can wander into a memory that feels distant and lose its name before it even arrives. You don't have to pull it back or remember what happened 2 hours ago. The past isn't waiting for you to return, nor does it demand tribute. The body is not trying to wake up. Not now. Not ever in this moment. It's learning how to rest without needing a reason. How to be still without pretending to be asleep. And that kind of resting doesn't require belief or hope or even intention.
You don't have to understand what happens next. You don't even need to know if you're awake or asleep. The space between doesn't care about your certainty. There's only this,
The breath that comes without being asked. The air that moves through corners no one has visited in years. The dark that holds everything without holding on. You are not required to hold anything at all, not even yourself. Just be. A small shift has happened without sound or sign. A softness that isn't in your body, nor in the air, but somewhere between them. The way light used to press against the wall now only lingers like a memory of itself. Not quite gone, just no longer claiming space. There is nothing you are meant to do with it, not even remember where it came from. It simply was, and then wasn't. Like the silence after someone else has left a room, but still holds their absence in shape. Your breath moves without being noticed by your mind. Not because you've forgotten how to breathe, but because breathing no longer needs attention. It's like water flowing through stone that doesn't know it's wet, not resisting, not claiming credit for the path taken. You don't have to guide it or even watch its rhythm. Just feel what happens when you stop trying to follow your own breath and let it be part of something older than intention. The wall beside you is warm, where sunlight once touched it earlier today. Not hot now. Just holding heat in a way that doesn't ask for return. It's not storing warmth like a cup holds water. It simply remembers what the sun did, without needing to repeat it. There are places in your body like this too. Pockets of memory, no longer serving any purpose other than being quiet. The corner where the blanket folds over itself is soft at the edge, slightly frayed from use and time. Not worn through, not ruined, just changed by touch that happened long ago. A line has formed there, not because it was meant to be a boundary, but simply because something passed across it many times. Footsteps you don't recall making. There's no need for names anymore. The shadow of the curtain doesn't have one. It moves slowly where the air shifts, and even when still, does not try to look like anything else. You can let your mind rest in that same quiet unclaiming. A shape without purpose. Drifting at the edge of what you might call awareness.
You are not required to know whether this is sleep or waking. Not because either matters more than the other, but because both have become less important than simply being here with no demand placed on your presence. There's enough room for all of it, even if nothing happens in the next hour, even if you stay exactly as you are. A thought comes and goes, like a leaf caught in a slow current. Not urgent, not lingering. It doesn't arrive to be answered or dismissed, only to pass through. And when it leaves, there's no sense of loss, just a quiet return to the space that held it without effort. Your hand lies where it fell on its own accord. No intention behind the position. Not even desire for comfort. Just weight settling into place like soil after rain finds its level. It doesn't need your approval to be still or warm. The air in this room has changed since you first closed your eyes. Not dramatically, but quietly enough that if you had been listening closely, you might have heard the difference between then and now. Not colder, not warmer, just different in how it moves through corners no one remembers visiting. It's like a slow breath drawn by something older than memory. There is nothing to correct or fix here. No mistake has occurred. Even if your mind drifts back into shapes that once felt important, they don't have power over what happens next. They can pass through the room without being invited and leave behind no trace of having been there at all. The past isn't waiting for you to return. It doesn't need permission or tribute. You never owed it anything beyond your attention when you were present with it. Now that time has moved on, so have you. Not away from it, but simply deeper into what is now. There's no reason to carry the weight of things said and unsaid across this night. The words don't need a place in your mind tonight. Not even the ones that still echo faintly like footsteps down an empty hallway. They're just echoes now, not commands, not warnings, not debts owed. Just sounds left behind by someone else's passing. You are allowed to forget what you were thinking about 2 minutes ago.
Allowed to lose track of your own train of thought without guilt or panic. Not because forgetting is good, but because it isn't important. The body knows how to rest even when the mind thinks otherwise. It doesn't need a signal from awareness to slow down. Not really. The slowing has already begun in places you don't notice. Blood moving slower through veins that no longer race with urgency. Muscles releasing tension they didn't know was held. Nerves unclenching without being told. Nothing about this moment asks for your agreement or approval. Not the dark, not the stillness, not even the silence between breaths. It simply exists, and you are part of it without having to earn that place. The edge of the pillow is slightly worn from years of pressure, where heads have rested before yours. You don't need to see this detail for it to be true. The feeling of it under your temple isn't about memory or sensation alone, but about continuity. A quiet lineage of people who once lay here and did nothing except rest. You are not required to feel anything special right now. Not joy, not peace, not release. You don't need to experience what you think sleep should be like. The fact that your eyes remain closed isn't proof of failure or success.
It's just one small part of something much larger. A quiet unfolding that doesn't care about labels. There is no test being taken here. No outcome measured against expectation. Just this breath, and the next, and then another after that. Not building toward anything, but simply continuing in its own way. You don't have to decide whether you're letting go or holding on. The distinction has already softened into something quieter than either word can contain.
It's like watching clouds drift over land they've never touched. Their presence isn't about ownership or arrival. They just pass through the sky, leaving no mark and asking for none. The shadow of the curtain continues its slow shift. Not because time is moving differently now, but because nothing in this room needs to hurry anywhere else. The air doesn't rush toward anything beyond itself. It moves with a kind of patience that isn't earned or practiced, just lived by default. Your thoughts don't need permission to wander off and forget their names. They can go wherever they wish, even into rooms you've never entered in waking life, without being called back. There is no risk involved, no consequence for letting them disappear behind doors with handles that haven't been turned in years. You are not responsible for the shape of your awareness tonight, not its length, nor depth, nor clarity. If it is dim, let it be dim. If it fades into quiet mist, so be it. There's no demand to remain sharp or present. No need to prove that you're awake or asleep. The dark isn't judging how long you've stayed in one state versus another. It doesn't care if your mind has wandered 5 times or only once. It simply holds everything without lifting a finger, and still manages to feel like home. You don't have to understand what's happening here, not even close. There is no obligation to make sense of the silence between words that never came, nor to give meaning to moments where nothing occurred at all. The world doesn't require your attention to be constant or complete. It continues without you, and it will continue after you've stopped noticing entirely. And in this space, where everything has slowed down enough, not even movement needs a name, there is room for stillness that does not promise anything, just exists. You don't have to stay awake. You also don't need to fall asleep. Just lie here as if the night itself were breathing through your skin, and you are nothing more than an open channel between what was and what will be. No effort needed, no intention required, not even a wish for rest. The edges of the room are softening into the dark, like wax left near a flame. No sharp line where wall meets shadow, just a slow yielding, as though the space itself has learned how to breathe without sound. The air isn't cold, not exactly, but it carries the memory of coolness. The way a stone remembers being in water long after it's dry.
You don't need to feel its temperature to know it's there. It moves through you like something older than thought, quietly, without needing your consent. The weight of the blanket is less a covering and more a presence, not holding you down, but lying beside you as if it too has decided that resistance isn't necessary. It doesn't promise warmth or comfort. It simply stays where it is, folded over your legs like an old habit no one remembers beginning. There's no reason for its stillness. Only the fact that it has been still for so long that motion would feel like a betrayal. Outside, something shifts in the trees. Not wind, not sound. Just a subtle rearrangement of branches against the sky, as if they're adjusting their positions without being asked. You don't need to see it to know they've moved. The dark is full of such movements, small changes that happen between one breath and the next. Too quiet for names, too slow for notice.
They go unrecorded because nothing asks them to be remembered. You are not required to witness anything tonight. Not the shift in light from one wall to another. Not the way dust floats in a single shaft of forgotten moonlight. Not even the faint tremor in your own breath when it hesitates between inhale and exhale, like a pause that isn't meant to be filled, but simply allowed. There's no need for you to remember how many times this has happened before. The turning down of attention, the letting go of focus, the soft release of awareness into something larger than intention. The room doesn't care if your thoughts return or vanish. It only knows what it is, a place where things rest without needing explanation. The lamp beside the bed, its cord unplugged, its glass cracked from years of handling, still holds the shape of its own glow even when the bulb has gone out. Not light, not memory, but an imprint left by long habit, like a footprint in snow that keeps existing after the foot is gone. You don't have to stay awake for this. You also don't need to fall asleep. There's no rule about what you should be doing with your time now, only silence and the slow untying of meaning from motion. The way a knot loosens when left alone long enough, not because someone untangled it, but because it simply stopped fighting. You are becoming less defined by where you've been or what you've done. Not erased, just eased into something that doesn't need to be named. There's no label for the moment when your awareness slips from what happened to how it feels now. And yet you're there, present in a way that isn't about being somewhere specific. The ceiling above you is not white. It hasn't been white for years, though it still looks like it sometimes when the light hits just so. But now it's something else. A soft gray with faint stains shaped like forgotten maps. Or
perhaps only marks left by time passing through the plaster. They don't mean anything. No story needs to be told about them. Just as no reason is needed for why your fingers have stopped twitching against the sheet. The idea of you, that steady sense that there's a center somewhere behind the eyes, is beginning to thin, not from effort, but because it doesn't need to hold on anymore. There are fewer thoughts now about being someone. Less insistence on continuity. More space for what simply is. This breath, this stillness, this feeling of lying in a room that has seen many sleepless hours and yet never asked anything of them. You don't have to be kind to yourself tonight, not even gentle. There's no need to offer comfort or protection. The dark doesn't care about your struggles. It simply holds what you give it. Your breath, your stillness, the quiet hum of nerves settling after a long day. And that is enough. The curtains are not drawn anymore. They've shifted again in their own way, slowly unclenched from whatever shape they held during earlier hours. The fabric has forgotten how to stay still. It drifts now, like something trying to remember what it meant to be wind. How air moves without purpose or direction. No goal, just passage. You don't need to understand why things change. Not the way a shadow creeps across the floor. Not the faint creak of wood settling in the frame of the window. Not even the slow fading of sensation where your foot touches the edge of the mattress. These are not puzzles. They're just part of how being here unfolds, without demand. The night is longer than you thought it was, but also shorter than it ever needed to be. Time isn't measured by minutes or hours. It's measured in quiet moments that don't ask for anything. A breath held without tension, an eyelid lowering without effort, the way air passes through your nose like something returning home. You are not losing yourself. You're just allowing the edges of self to blur, like ink dropped into water, spreading slowly until there's no clear line between what was and what is becoming. There's no need for a map or a name. Just presence in its most ordinary form, the kind that doesn't announce itself. Your thoughts aren't disappearing. They're simply stopping their insistence on being important. One after another, they drift off like leaves caught in a slow current, not returning to the tree, not needing to land anywhere specific. They move through your mind without leaving behind any trace of urgency. The idea of now is softening too. Not because it's gone, but because you're no longer holding on to its shape. You don't have to decide whether this moment matters or not. It simply exists, as does the silence between heartbeats, the stillness after a long exhale, the way your body feels when it stops trying to stay upright and lets gravity do its work. You are allowed to be unremarkable tonight, not special, not struggling, not healing, just here, in a space where nothing needs to prove itself. No performance required, no proof of attention or care. Just the quiet knowledge that you're still breathing, still present, still wrapped in darkness that doesn't need anything from you. There's no one watching your sleep. There's no score being kept. The night isn't waiting for you to wake up, nor is it pushing you toward dreamless rest. It simply holds all of this, the breaths, the shifts, the slow unspooling of awareness, with nothing more than patience and a kind of quiet certainty. You don't have to be anything right now, not even awake, not even asleep, just lying where you are, breathing into the dark as if it were your own skin, letting sensation settle without needing to name it, letting thought dissolve, not because it's broken, but because it no longer needs to hold itself together. And so there is only this, a room that doesn't ask for anything, air that moves without purpose, and you, breathing through the stillness like something returning after a long absence, not coming back from anywhere, just arriving where you've always been. You are not being held by anything tonight, not by memory, not by expectation, not even by the weight of your own breath. The air has cooled to a place where temperature no longer means anything. It simply is. It flows around you, like a liquid that remembers how to move without needing to go anywhere. There's no direction in it, only depth. You are breathing into that depth, and every inhale feels less like an effort and more like the room itself opening slightly wider just for this moment. The floorboards have stopped making their low groan at the far end of the hall. Not because they've gone silent, but because you no longer notice them. The sound has slipped through your awareness, not by disappearing, but by becoming part of what isn't being listened to. The background hum that never asks for attention and so doesn't get it. It's like the way a shadow folds into itself when light changes. Not erased, just allowed to be unimportant. Your shoulder rests on the pillow now, at an angle you didn't choose, and don't need to justify. The shape of your body has found its own balance without needing permission. No part of you is pretending it's supposed to be somewhere else or doing something different. Even your hands lie where they've fallen, fingers slightly curled, not out of tension, but because that's how gravity arranged them. No intention behind the curve. The window frame still creaks sometimes, yes, but only when the night shifts its weight. Not a warning, not an alarm, just a small sound from wood learning to breathe again after hours of holding still. It doesn't say I'm tired or this is too much. It just lets itself be heard as it moves. And you are not trying to fix that creak or explain why it happens. You aren't even wondering what it means. Instead, your mind has simply let it pass through, like a breath between two still points. No pause, no judgment, no need to answer. There is an old lamp in the corner. It was an old lamp in the corner. Its cord coiled on the floor where you left it last week. And you don't respond to it. You are not required to acknowledge that motion. No gesture needed. No reply expected. Your thoughts aren't loud anymore. They're not even quiet. They've become something softer than sound. Like dust settling on a shelf after years of being untouched. Not forgotten, but simply no longer needing to be named or claimed. The last trace of the day is fading, not like a film ending, but more like a curtain drawn slowly across a room you never really entered. You don't need to see what's behind it anymore. The act of looking was already over before it began. You are allowed to forget your name without regret, not because you've lost it, but because no one is asking for it right now. No form needs filling, no voice called into service. Your identity has slipped down through the layers of attention until it's only a feeling. The warmth beneath your skin, the soft resistance of fabric against your cheek. Even the memory of effort feels distant, like a sensation you once knew but no longer recognize as belonging to this moment. It doesn't hurt that it's gone. It just is not here. You don't have to be careful with anything. Not with how you lie, not with what comes next, not even with whether sleep will come or stay. The night holds space for both possibilities equally, without preference. There's a pattern in the ceiling above you, a crack that runs through plaster like a dried riverbed. It doesn't mean anything. No one ever drew it there to tell a story. It simply is. And yet, if you look long enough at its shape, your mind might start tracing lines between other things, between stars, or paths, or names of people who no longer live. But none of that matters now. The only truth in the crack is itself, irregular, unexplained, already finished. And so are all thoughts, not because they were wrong, but because they've reached their endpoint without needing to announce it. There's a threadbare blanket folded at the foot of the bed, and you haven't touched it since last night. It doesn't matter if you do or don't. There is no reward for unfolding it. No punishment for letting it stay as it is, bunched up like a secret that never needed to be told. Your feet are bare on the edge of the mattress. The air touches them differently than before. Not colder, but more aware. As though your skin has learned how to feel without needing to react. It doesn't pull back from the coolness or press toward warmth. It simply lets each sensation pass through, like a name spoken once and then forgotten. You are not waiting for anything to happen, not for peace, not for quiet, not even for sleep. You're just allowing your body to be in time with the room's slow pulse, the way air moves when no one is watching, when nothing needs to grow or change. Even the idea of change has softened. It doesn't feel urgent anymore. The word itself has lost its edge. Not because it means less, but because you're not required to act on it. You don't have to prepare for tomorrow's light or carry yesterday into this hour. You are simply being present with what is without adding anything. There is a small indentation in the pillow where your head pressed earlier. It hasn't filled back in yet. Not because it won't, but because right now, that shape doesn't need to return to flatness. The mark of you remains, not as proof of presence, but as evidence of motion already past. You are not a fixed thing. You're not even a shape. You are movement. Not the kind that goes somewhere, but the kind that simply unfolds where it is. Like steam rising from still water after rain has stopped. The clock on the wall no longer ticks. Or perhaps it does. But you don't hear it anymore. Not because silence is louder than sound, but because attention has shifted to something deeper. The space between beats. The pause when breath turns inward without being asked. There's a chair in the far corner, empty and unclaimed for hours. It doesn't feel abandoned. It feels settled, like an object that gave up waiting long ago, and now just rests as it is. Even your own awareness has stopped trying to stay alert. It hasn't left you. It's only stopped announcing itself with effort. It moves through the dark, like a hand reaching gently into water, not searching for anything, but feeling what's already there. And so, there is no need to know how long this lasts. Not because it doesn't matter, but because knowing isn't required. The length of time is not measured in minutes or hours.
It's measured in the way your body settles deeper into itself, until even the idea of being in a room fades into background. The light that used to be there, faint and yellow from the hallway, is gone now. Not because it was turned off, but because you no longer need to see where things are. You already know their shape by touch, by memory, by absence. You don't have to decide if this is enough. You're not even required to believe in its quiet. It just is. Like the way a stone sinks into mud without making noise, without needing anyone to notice, it's gone. Your hands are still open, not out of surrender, but because no one ever asked them to close. They don't feel heavy or light. They simply exist as they are. Two parts of you that have stopped pretending to be useful. The air drifts across your skin in slow waves. Not warm, not cold, just passing by like a thought without meaning. And for once, it doesn't matter what it means. You are not becoming anyone new. You're not unbecoming either. You're simply being, without the need to define or defend that being. The wall beside you has a line where paint has begun to peel. Not all at once, not dramatically. Just a thin curl at the corner, like an edge turning inward on itself. You don't wonder why it's happening or what will come of it. It doesn't matter whether it stays that way for years or dissolves into nothing by morning. The change is already underway in silence, and you are watching without needing to name it. Not a flaw, not repairable, not even noticed until now. Just one more quiet shift in the room's slow breath. The blanket has slipped slightly from your shoulder. You could pull it back. You don't. It rests where it fell, loose at the edge,
like an old hand laid down after reaching for something that wasn't there. The fabric doesn't ask to be tugged into place. It is not unfinished, nor incomplete. It simply is in its current state. And that's enough. Outside, a branch brushes against the glass. Not hard, just once, with the weight of stillness. A sound without urgency. You don't turn your head. You don't wonder if it will happen again. The moment passes like a shadow over stone. Light shifts, shape changes, but no one claims to have seen anything. The thought you were holding earlier, the one about what might come tomorrow, is gone.
Not erased, not forgotten, just released into air that doesn't remember names. It was never yours to keep. You didn't hand it off or let go with effort. It simply fell away like a leaf from the branch when no wind stirs. There is a cup on the nightstand, empty now, cold at the rim where liquid once touched your lips. The stain around its base has darkened slightly over time, not because of moisture, but because light passes through differently in corners. You don't think about what it held or whether you'll refill it. It's no longer a vessel for anything. It is just an object shaped by use and left to rest. Your fingers still feel the shape they made when they pressed into the mattress. Faint impressions that won't return. Not even if you press again. Not because they're gone forever, but because their purpose was only in making space, not preserving it. The dark has a thickness now, not like absence, but like something that holds its own weight. It doesn't pull at your eyes or demand to be pierced by vision. It settles around the edges of your awareness without pushing in. You don't have to guard against it. You are already inside it, as if you were always meant to float here.
There's a quiet on the ceiling where dust has gathered. Not in clumps, not in patterns, just small clusters that drift like memories too light to matter. They stay because they never had anything to do with moving forward. No one told them to fall or rise. They simply remain suspended between light and shadow. The air moves through the room slower than it did an hour ago. Not still, but unhurried, like water passing through a channel that no longer expects flow to carry meaning. It flows because nothing stops it. Nothing asks why. You don't have to be doing anything. You are not being judged for resting. No one is waiting to see if you're ready or willing.
There's no test of attention, no measure of stillness. The only thing that matters is that you remain quietly, steadily, present with what already is. A thread from your shirt has come loose and lies across the bedsheet like a forgotten word. It doesn't demand to be tied back into place. It doesn't care if it stays or vanishes. You could pick it up, but there's no need. It isn't lost. It isn't missing anything. Even silence is not something you must carry. It arrives without knocking and leaves without saying goodbye. There is no obligation to fill the space between heartbeats. No one asks if it feels full or empty. Only that it be allowed to stay as it is. Your skin remembers warmth, but only lightly. The kind that lingers after someone else has left the bed. Not a memory of touch, but an echo in tissue. You don't call it love or loneliness. It's just sensation without story. The body holds what was and lets go when it no longer needs to. The light from the street lamp outside hasn't changed color, just softer now. Muted at the edges, like something that has learned not to insist on being seen. It doesn't shine for anyone in particular. It shines because it is there. And you notice it not because you want to, but because your awareness drifts toward it as if drawn by a quiet pull. You are not thinking of tomorrow, not even the idea of it. You don't need to prepare or imagine what might come. The future isn't waiting for permission to unfold. It is already moving through time like water under stone. Unseen, unhurried, without needing your attention. There is no effort in being still. No strain in not doing. Nothing requires you to fix, adjust, protect, or defend. You are simply allowed to be a presence that does not need to prove itself. The room breathes with you, not in rhythm, but in shared quiet. The walls don't keep score of how long you've been here. They don't count the minutes or measure your stillness. They only hold space, just as they always have. Without question, without condition. Your hands remain where they are. Not open or closed, not relaxed or tense. They simply exist in their current position, unclaimed by intention. No one asked them to do anything. No one told them what to be. They stay because they don't need to move. A small draft passes across your ankle, not cold, just different, like a breath from another part of the room that has no name. It doesn't matter where it came from or why. You feel it, and then you don't. Not because you stopped noticing, but because there's nothing left to hold onto in the sensation. You are not trying to become anything else. There is no version of you waiting behind this moment. No deeper self beneath the surface. You are exactly where your awareness has settled. Neither more nor less than what is. There is a stain on the carpet, a shadowed oval from years ago. Faded, but still visible at certain angles. It doesn't say anything about spills or accidents. It's just a mark that time has softened. You don't need to explain it. You don't have to feel guilty for its existence. It simply remains. The silence between your thoughts is not empty. It isn't waiting for something to fill it. It is full. Full of what already is. Not meaning, not message. Just presence without demand. You are allowed not to know, not to understand, not to hold onto anything at all. You don't have to be coherent or whole or even present in the way you once were. You're simply here, and that's enough, because nothing else was ever required. Even your breath slows, not by choice, but because it no longer needs to push forward. It moves quietly through your body, like a thread passing through fabric, not seeking an end, only continuing as it has always done. There is no need for arrival, no destination. You are already where you were meant to be, just not in the way that thinking can name. The night goes on without asking permission. The air cools further, just slightly, not enough to disturb, but enough to remind you of change's quiet way of happening. You do not have to be anything now. You do not need to carry any weight or shape your presence into a form others might recognize. You are allowed simply to exist without doing, without proving, without becoming. There is nothing here that needs to be held on to. No thought, no memory, no feeling. Nothing you were meant to keep forever. You don't have to be someone who lasts through the dark. You're just a shape moving slowly through stillness, a quiet passing through time without needing to mean anything at all. A faint tremor in the air, barely there, like the ghost of a note left behind after music has stopped. Not sound, not vibration, just a pause that lingers too long to be nothing. You notice it because you are still awake enough to feel the space between things stretch slightly, unclaimed by weight or meaning.
You don't need to pull it higher or tuck it under your shoulder. It stays where gravity left it, the way a leaf might lie in a hollow after wind has passed through the trees. A single thread from the hem of the blanket curls toward the edge of the mattress, thin, almost invisible, but present, not broken, not frayed beyond repair, just loosened by time and use. It doesn't ask to be fixed. No one ever told it what it was supposed to do. It hangs there like a question with no answer, or an idea that drifted away before it could form. The light from the street outside has gone dimmer than it was earlier, not vanished, but softened into something older, more distant. The edge of the window frame holds its shape without effort. There is no strain in its stillness, no need to prove itself against the dark. It only remains like memory that doesn't insist on being recalled. You are not required to think about why your hands rest where they do. You don't have to know if it's comfortable or unnatural, intentional or accidental. They stay because they've stopped needing a reason to move. The air around them is cooler than the skin beneath. Just enough that you feel it without noticing at first. A difference so slight it doesn't demand attention. A sound from beyond the walls. A car passing far away. Tires on wet pavement. But not loud enough to break through. Not sharp enough to pull your mind into a story about who's driving or where they're going. It comes and goes like breath in another room, without interruption. You don't need to place it. You don't have to imagine the shape of the street it came from. The rhythm of your breathing isn't steady, but neither is it frantic. It moves through you, not because you're trying to regulate it, but because it has always done so. Not in response to anything. Just continuing, like water finding its level after being disturbed. You don't have to guide it. You don't have to slow it down or speed it up. There is no goal behind the next breath. Your thoughts, those small, persistent shapes that drift through your mind, are not yours to own. They come and go without permission. Some are older than you remember. Others arrive uninvited, with no name. None stay long enough to be claimed. You don't have to answer them. You don't need to make sense of their presence. You only need to notice that they've already begun to leave. There is a crack in the ceiling. A thin line running between two tiles. Barely visible, unless you're lying just so. It doesn't widen or close. It doesn't grow darker or lighter with time. It simply exists, like a memory of something once cracked open and never repaired. The dust collects there, not because it's welcome, but because nothing moves to disturb it. You don't have to wonder what that crack might mean. You don't need to ask
if it will get worse.
You're allowed just to let it be, the way you let the silence between your thoughts stay untouched by meaning. The corner of the room is darker than the rest, not from shadow, but from a lack of light reaching far enough. It doesn't feel empty. It feels full in its own quiet way, full with absence that isn't loneliness. There's no pressure to fill it, no demand to make it into something else. You don't need to imagine what might live there. The darkness holds space without needing you to name it. A breeze drifts across your cheek, not strong enough to ruffle the hair, not cool enough to startle.
Just a momentary shift in temperature, like the breath of something passing through without stopping. It doesn't bring anything with it. It doesn't leave behind any trace. It simply moves, like thought moving through stillness. You are not being tested on your ability to remain calm. You're not required to perform awareness or maintain focus. There is no standard for what a quiet mind should look like. No measure of how many thoughts you've released, how long you've stayed in the present. The only thing that matters is that you keep breathing, and even then, it isn't necessary. You don't have to be someone who can stay still. You don't need to prove you're capable of peace. There's no test at the end of this night. No reward for endurance or silence. Nothing depends on your ability to let go. The room doesn't care if you're tired or restless or distracted. It only holds what is, without judgment, without expectation. Like a hand that rests in the air, not because it wants to, but because there's no reason to move. The clock behind your ear has stopped making sound. Not broken, but just quiet now. As though it too has decided to stop measuring time and simply exist with it.
The hours aren't racing forward. They're not falling away or being lost. They are unfolding slowly, like pages in a book left open on the floor. There is no one who needs you to be awake. No task that requires your attention. No voice calling from another room saying you must remember, you must decide, you must fix. You aren't needed anywhere else, not even by yourself. The blanket has shifted just enough to cover the curve of your hip without being adjusted. It doesn't need to be right. It only needs to stay where it is, like a promise made in silence. No words spoken, no contract signed. You are not required to understand how change happens. You don't have to know why things fade or drift apart. The way the light from the window changes at different angles. It doesn't need to be explained. It simply does. Your mind moves through thoughts like a river flows over stones. Not rushing, not stopping, just
passing through. There is no destination, no point of arrival, only movement that has always been there and will continue even if you forget it exists. There is nothing here that must be remembered. Nothing that needs to stay in place. You don't have to keep anything with you into the next morning. Not a feeling, not an idea, not a memory. You are allowed just to let go of what's already beginning to loosen, without effort, without guilt, without ceremony. It's already gone, and so are all the thoughts you thought were important tonight. They drift like dust motes in a sunbeam, visible only when light hits them just right, then vanishing again into stillness. There is no one left to witness that they existed. You don't need to be present for their departure. You are not required to mourn what's passing through. You aren't asked to save anything. All you are allowed just now is to notice the quiet between them, and then let it stay. You are not required to follow where your thoughts go. You don't have to stay aware long enough to see how they turn. The way the air settles near your shoulder is no longer just temperature. It has a weight now, like something that's been holding its breath for hours and finally lets it out in silence. No one asked you to notice it. It happened anyway, and so did the slow shift of your fingers against the blanket, just enough to change their shape without meaning to. A small movement, not meant for anything, not even itself. You are allowed to be unimportant here. Not because you failed at being important, but because importance isn't needed. The room doesn't ask who you were today or what you might become tomorrow. It only holds your presence as it is. No more than that. The edges of the window frame have softened over time. Not in color, not exactly, but in how they feel when you look at them. They've stopped being sharp points of contrast against the dark. Now they're just a shape where light used to be, like something forgotten after long stillness. The curtain doesn't move anymore, but it remembers how. It's been there so long that even its folds have learned not to expect anything from the wind. You don't need to know why it stays still or what it means when it parts slightly in the middle. Only that it does, and that you can let yourself be held by such small things. There is no moment where everything stops moving. There never has been. The silence isn't empty. It's full of breaths you don't feel but are happening anyway. A quiet sound, like a leaf brushing against glass without breaking the pane. Or perhaps it was your own eyelid, just once, in passing. Too soft to register, too brief to name. It happened. You didn't see it. But it wasn't lost. The night is not waiting for you to finish thinking. It doesn't care whether you're finished with yourself. The ceiling above you has no memory of your last thought or the one before that. It only knows how light bends at certain angles and how shadows grow longer when nothing else changes. There's no test in its stillness. No need for you to perform anything. No gesture. No admission. No surrender. You are not being observed. Not even by yourself. The blanket has settled deeper into the curve of your body. Not because you pulled it there, but because gravity and heat have found their way between layers without you choosing. It's no longer something you're wearing. It's become part of where you are. A quiet layer of warmth that doesn't ask to be acknowledged. The kind of presence that only shows up when everything else has gone still. You don't need to think about what will happen in the morning. Not even a single image, no face, no sound, no name. You aren't being asked to prepare for anything. There's nothing you're supposed to carry forward into waking hours. The air doesn't demand that you wake up with purpose. It only lets you be here. No more and no less than this. The way the dark gathers at the back of your eyes is not a void. It has
texture. Not like color, but like something that's been shaped by time passing through it. Not altered, just changed in shape. Like water moving slowly under stone, or smoke curling around a still flame. There's no need to define it. No need to give it meaning. You don't have to keep track of what's left behind, of the things you've let go, of the words that slipped through your fingers without being said.
There was no reason to hold on to those labels once the feeling had passed. The sound from outside, faint, irregular, isn't a signal or an invitation. It's just something that happens when air moves past metal or leaves fall in a place you can't see. You don't need to name it. You don't have to listen for what it means. It doesn't belong to you, but it belongs here, on the edge of your hearing, like a thread, not quite cut.
There is no one who must remember anything tonight. No obligation to be yourself in any particular way. The shape of your thoughts isn't fixed. They aren't yours to guard or preserve. You don't have to defend them from fading. In fact, they've already started without you noticing. Not like a loss, but like something that was never meant to stay. The coolness near your ankle spreads slowly, not across skin, but through memory. The way the air feels now is different than it did an hour ago, or even 5 minutes before. It's not colder exactly, it just carries a new kind of stillness. Like time has paused in that spot and decided to stay for a while. You don't have to believe anything about yourself. Not about being good enough. Not about whether you're ready. Not about what you've done or failed to do. You aren't being tested on your worth. There's no standard set by anyone else. No one is watching. Even if someone were,
they wouldn't know how to measure what's happening inside you. Because it isn't a thing that can be measured. The room holds more than just space. It holds the weight of things not said, of ideas abandoned without ceremony, of plans left unfinished and never picked up again. But none of them are missing. They're simply not needed anymore. And so they rest, not in your mind, but in the quiet between breaths.
There's no need to return anything. Not a feeling, not an intention, not a dream that slipped through sleep like mist through fingers. You don't have to bring back what you've forgotten. It doesn't matter if it was important or not. What matters is only this, that you are here, now, in the dark, and nothing demands anything of you. You aren't being asked to fix yourself, not even to be kind to yourself.
Just to let your body stay as it is, the way a branch rests after wind has passed through it. No effort, no expectation, only presence. The shadow on the wall isn't changing because you're watching it. It's changing because something else, something older than attention, deeper than awareness, is moving behind it. You don't need to see what's there. You only need to be in a place where seeing isn't required. You are not responsible for keeping anything whole. Not your thoughts, not your feelings, not even the shape of this night. The world doesn't depend on you holding things together. It keeps moving quietly, without anyone needing to hold it up. The air around your neck is still cool but softer now. Not like a warning or a reminder. Just a quiet kind of difference that has settled into your skin. Like the moment after something small has passed through space and left nothing behind but the knowledge that it happened. You don't need to know what's next. You aren't being asked to predict anything. The future isn't waiting for you to catch up. It doesn't care if you're ready or not. It only moves forward because there is no other way. Just like your breath, which keeps going even when you stop paying attention. There is nothing here that has to remain. No emotion, no memory, no image of who you were or might be. You don't need to carry anything into the morning, not even a single feeling. The night doesn't ask for proof that you existed in it. It only holds your quiet as if it had always been there. And so it goes, without beginning and without end, just like the dark itself, which isn't an absence, but something that has learned how to stay still while everything else moves through it. You aren't being asked to do anything. You don't have to be someone.
There's no role waiting for you in this hour or any other. No one is calling your name. The silence doesn't want anything from you. There's only this, the slow shift of air, the soft weight on your chest, the way time slips through things without being noticed, like a hand that moves without knowing it's there. And then, just beyond thought, something settles. Not because you made it happen, not because you wanted it to, just because it can. You are not being held by anything now. No thread from the day's weight. No pull from a name that once meant something. No echo of a word spoken too quickly to be remembered. The ceiling above you has lost its shape in the dark. It is only a curve where light used to fall, and even that memory has softened into air. You are not inside your thoughts anymore. You are beside them, like someone lying still on grass while wind moves through leaves just beyond reach. There's no need to follow their path. No need to know what they're carrying. The clock in the next room hasn't rung in hours. Its hands have stopped moving because time doesn't care about clocks. It only knows that something has passed and that something else is coming, but not with a sound or a knock. Just the quiet settling of dust on shelves where no one ever came to take things down. You can feel how your breath slows without trying, not because you told it to, but because there's nowhere left for it to go. It doesn't need to reach forward. It just is, rising like steam from water that has forgotten its heat. The air in the room tastes older than memory, not cold exactly, but cool enough to make your skin remember what warmth feels like when it slips away. That shadow on the wall, the one that shifts without notice, is no longer tied to a curtain or a breeze, or even where light begins. It's just there, moving through space as if it had always belonged to the dark. Not fighting against it, but learning its rhythm. You don't have to name what is passing. It doesn't need a shape. It only needs to be seen without being claimed. The blanket lies on you like something that has come home after walking. Far no urgency in its folds. No desire to be anywhere else. It isn't holding you. It's letting you stay. Not because you're fragile or tired, but because staying is its own kind of purpose. There's a silence between your thoughts now. Not the absence of sound, not emptiness, but something that lives inside the pause after a word ends and before another begins. That space isn't empty. It's full of what doesn't need to be said, full of things you've already let go without knowing it. The way rain leaves soil damp long after the storm has passed.
You don't have to remember how your hands felt when they touched paper today, or what voice said goodbye at the door. You don't even have to know if it was kind. The moment has become part of the air in this room, just like the faint scent of old books that never quite leaves a shelf. It's not important anymore.
Not because you forgot, but because you no longer need to carry it. The floor beneath your feet isn't cold, not really. It's quiet. The way silence feels when it has been there for so long, it forgets how to speak. You're lying on something that remembers every shape that ever rested upon it. Your body is only one of many names the same surface once held. And yet, it doesn't care who you are. It just holds. There's no need to be certain about anything now.
Not about what happened. Not about whether it mattered. Not even about why this night feels heavier than others. Why this night feels heavier than others. The heaviness isn't in your chest.
It's learning how to exist in the moment without asking for permission, without needing a reason. The way light touches a window pane at dawn isn't explained by anyone. It just does. You are not being asked to become anything different tonight. Not more still, not less aware, not even quieter than you already are. You don't have to be gentle with yourself. You don't have to apologize for staying in the dark. The only thing that matters is that you remain. Here, now, in a place where nothing needs to happen. The wall beside your head isn't listening. It doesn't know what you're thinking or how long you've been lying there. It's just a surface, a quiet witness made of plaster and time.
And it holds your silence like someone might hold an old letter that was never sent. There's no one who needs to hear the truth of this moment, not even you. The truth doesn't need to be spoken, it only needs to be allowed. Like air moving through a room without knocking on any door first. You don't have to think about what will happen when sleep finally finds you. You don't even have to wait for it. It's already here, just beyond the edge of attention, like something that has been circling quietly all along, waiting only for your body to stop resisting it. The silence isn't empty. It's full with everything that doesn't need a name. Full with what you've stopped holding. You're not doing anything now. Not trying to fall asleep. Not rehearsing words for tomorrow. Not fixing the past or planning the future. You're just letting your body stay as it is. Like water resting at the bottom of a bowl. Still, because nothing has disturbed it. You don't have to make sense of why you feel this way. Why something in you has loosened without warning. Why the night feels deeper than usual. Not darker, but richer with quiet that doesn't ask for anything back. The dark isn't waiting for you to understand it. It's just been here all along, long before your thoughts began. Long before words were invented to describe what happens when attention stops chasing things and simply stays. There is no need to return to yourself tonight. No need to find who you were or decide where you're going. You are not lost, not because you found your way, but because the idea of being lost only matters if you think you have to be somewhere else. You aren't missing anything. The day's weight isn't gone. It's just no longer yours to carry. It has returned to the air, to the silence between heartbeats, to the spaces where nothing is said and everything is held. And so, you don't need to do anything with your breath now. You don't have to watch it slow or guide it deeper. Just let it move as it wants, like wind through trees that no longer remember their names. The room feels heavier without being heavy, full of what has been left behind. Not in grief, but in release. Like a door opened long ago and never closed again. The air inside isn't the same air from before, but it's still yours to breathe, even if you don't know where it came from or why it stayed. You're not holding onto anything now. Not your thoughts, not your body, not even this quiet. It's all just here, passing through like dust in sunlight, no longer needing a name. There is nothing left to do but rest. And when the air shifts again, you'll notice it without having to say why, without needing to understand how long you've been lying still, or whether anything has changed. Because change doesn't need to be known. It only needs to happen. You are not listening anymore, only receiving. The air carries things without telling you what they are. A shift at the edge of hearing, the faintest tremor in the stillness that isn't sound, just presence. It's like remembering something you never learned, like knowing how gravity feels before you've ever fallen. You don't have to know why your chest rises and falls with such ease now, only that it does, softly, as if the act of breathing had grown too quiet for anyone to notice but itself. The shadow on the wall has stopped tracking the wind. It's settled into a shape that no longer moves, not because it's fixed, but because motion doesn't matter here anymore.
The light that once shaped its edge is gone,
and so are the things it used to hide. There's only this, a quiet mass of dark that knows how to stay without effort. Your fingers rest near your side, not touching anything but space. And yet, they feel known. Not because you've decided what they're for or remembered their purpose, but because they exist in the same room as stillness. And stillness doesn't ask questions. It only waits. Calmly, as if it has always been here and never left. The blanket has shifted slightly on its own. Not from your breath, not from a dream, but simply from warmth moving through fabric that no longer resists change.
You feel the difference in weight where one edge meets your ankle. Less pressure now than before. Not because you've adjusted it, but because the air around you is letting go of its need to push back. There's nothing urgent about this moment, not even the fact that time still flows. It moves without urgency, like a river with no destination. You don't have to follow it. You don't have to care where it goes. The water doesn't know either. Only that it keeps flowing, and so does everything else. You are not becoming anything new tonight. Not sleep, not silence, not peace. You're simply allowing what's already happening to continue without interruption. Like a leaf drifting down through the air, not falling because it wants to land, but just because gravity has claimed its path long ago and no longer needs permission. The walls of this room aren't holding anything in anymore. They've stopped pretending they can keep things safe. The corners breathe differently now. Less like boundaries. More like places where light forgets how to arrive.
You notice them without naming the shape. Just a softness at the edges that doesn't ask for attention. There's no need to think about whether your thoughts are slowing or speeding up. They're not doing anything at all. They're simply passing through, like birds flying over fields you've never seen. You don't have to wonder why they chose this path, nor where they came from. They just come and go, unannounced, unnoticed, like dust in a beam of forgotten sun. You don't need to decide what to do with them. Not now, not ever. Just let them pass through the quiet, like footsteps on stone that never echo. Your breath doesn't have to be deep or even rhythmic. It only has to happen. The way air moves between your lips isn't a performance. It's not trying to achieve anything. It just flows, as if it had been waiting for this moment all along. To move without being directed. There's no one who needs to hear you breathe. No listener at the door. No record saved in memory. Just air moving through space that doesn't care how long or short the movement lasts. You're not trying to be present. You're already here, just as stillness has always been before presence ever arrived. The dark is not a veil. It's not hiding anything. It's simply what happens when light chooses not to stay. And in that choice, there is no loss, only return.
You don't have to understand the way your mind rests now, how it lets go of its own momentum without resistance. You don't need to ask why you're not thinking about tomorrow or yesterday. The stillness doesn't demand reasons. It only asks for permission, and that has already been given quietly long ago. Your body isn't lying down because you've decided to sleep. It's just letting itself be, like a stone at the bottom of a pond, no longer needing to sink further than it already is. The weight beneath you isn't heavy. It's only what remains when nothing else holds on. You're not holding anything now, not even your name, not even the idea that there was once someone who needed to be found. There's just this space between thoughts where nothing happens and yet everything stays. It doesn't matter if it lasts 10 seconds or a lifetime. The moment is not measured by how long you stay in it, but by how little you try to hold on. The room feels older than the night, not because of age, but because something about its silence has been waiting longer than words ever could. It remembers what happens when no one speaks, how things settle into place without being arranged. You don't have to be aware for awareness to be true. You're not required to notice that you're noticing. Just as the air doesn't need your permission to move, neither does stillness require proof of its existence.
not peaceful, not even awake. You're just allowed to exist as a shape in the dark, not needing to prove itself to anyone, least of all to yourself. There's no need to carry what you've seen today. No reason to keep it near your chest or return to it when morning comes. It has already left the place where you thought it lived. It's now part of the air between heartbeats, like something that was never yours but only passed through. And so, you don't need to say anything back. Not to the silence, not to the dark, not even to yourself. The quiet doesn't want a reply. It's already here. It has always been here. And it stays, just because it can. Without needing your attention, without demanding that you understand or accept. You don't have to become anything more than what is. No transformation needed. No release required. Just rest, not as an act, but as a natural state of being. Like water in a glass left on the table overnight. It doesn't change its shape because it wants to be still. It simply stops moving when there's no reason to move. You don't have to decide if you're falling asleep or not. You're already somewhere between, where motion and rest share the same space without conflict, where breathing doesn't mean effort and silence doesn't mean emptiness. The shadow on the wall has grown fainter, not because it's fading out, but because it no longer needs to be seen. It exists in the same way that sound exists after a bell stops ringing, not as noise, but as absence made visible. You don't have to know where you are, not even if you're lying down or standing up. You're just here, present in the way that things exist without being named. The dark doesn't care what your thoughts were today. It doesn't remember them. It only holds what remains after they've passed through. Like a room after everyone has left, the furniture still there, but not because anyone ordered it to stay. You don't have to fix anything. Not your body, not your mind, not the way you feel right now. Whatever that is, just let it be as it is, without judgment or correction. There's no need to return to yourself. No one has left. No part of you was lost. There was only ever this. A quiet moment where everything stops trying. You are not asleep yet, but you don't have to be.
You're simply allowing what comes next to come, just as it wants, without interference. The air moves differently now, not because it's changed direction, but because nothing is pushing against it anymore. And so, you aren't doing anything at all. Not trying to rest, not waiting for sleep. Just letting the night unfold without a map or destination, like dust in sunlight that doesn't need to fall, only drift. And when the shift comes, you'll notice it, not because you're watching, but because something inside has already settled into its place. street lamp down the lane still burns, but its glow now passes through glass like memory passing through water. Faint at first, then gone. You don't have to name what remains when it vanishes. It lingers not as absence, but as a kind of permission that nothing must be held in order for it to exist. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things too small to notice until they're no longer there. A shift in the air pressure, the soft creak of wood settling somewhere far away, the faintest tremor beneath your shoulder, a vibration
not from movement, but from stillness itself.
These aren't events that need explaining. They are part of the quiet's breath. You don't have to understand how long this has been happening, how the night has already outlasted every thought you brought in with you. You're just here, lying where time doesn't measure or divide. The idea of hours passing feels like a name given to something that never asked to be named. It's not lost, it only changed form. The curtain at the window hasn't moved for some while now. Not because it is stuck, but because there's no reason to move.
A single thread of shadow from the tree outside has stretched across the floor and settled near your foot like a quiet offering. Not to be taken or rejected, just accepted as part of what is. You don't have to ask if you're falling asleep. You don't even need to wonder whether you'll wake up tomorrow with any memory of this moment. The night doesn't care about continuity. It only cares that something remains. Unwounded by effort, unclaimed by meaning. There's a space between your ribs where the breath slows without being guided. Not because it stopped, but because it no longer needs to prove anything to itself.
It simply continues, not in rhythm, not in urgency, but as an act of simple presence. Your body remembers how to rest even when you're not paying attention. The way your shoulder eased down into the mattress after holding tension for hours. The subtle release at the base of the skull, where pressure once lived like a held note. Not because you commanded it, but because stillness is its natural state, when no one demands anything from it. There's no need to carry tomorrow with you tonight. No reason to shape it in advance or brace against it. It hasn't arrived yet. And even if it does, there will be no sudden demand for your attention. Not now.
You're not expected to be ready. The dark doesn't ask you to fix anything. It only asks that you allow yourself to be held, not by belief, not by hope, but simply by the fact of being there. A sound drifts in from somewhere. Perhaps a car passing at the end of the street, or wind brushing against leaves far away. But it doesn't break the quiet. Instead, it slips through like water over stone. No impact, only passage. It arrives and goes without leaving behind any need to respond. You don't have to be aware for every moment to be part of it. You're not required to witness everything that happens in this room or beyond it.
The night doesn't care if you're listening. It's already unfolded, whether you hear it or not. There's a softness where the wall meets the floor, near your foot. Not because anything changed there, but because your attention has lingered long enough for the shape to become part of what is known without being named. It's just space now, not empty, but full in its own way.
Your hands rest on top of the blanket, still, not clenched, not reaching. They don't need to do anything, not even hold warmth. The air around them already carries it as a given. There's no effort required in how your mind has stopped trying to assemble things into meaning. It doesn't have to explain why you're here, or what the day meant, or whether you've done enough. It only needs to stop insisting that everything must be settled before rest can begin. The shadow on the wall isn't fading because it's disappearing. It's fading because it no longer has a purpose in being seen. Like an echo after silence, not less real, but different. You don't have to be anything at all tonight, except this moment. This breath, this weight, this slow pulse of air that moves without needing direction. You're allowed to exist as a shape in the dark with no reason to prove it's there. The room has cooled further, not sharply, not suddenly, but gradually. Like water cooling after being poured into glass. There's no alarm in it, no warning, just the quiet surrender of temperature to time. And you, your body, your mind, are learning how to let go without needing to say goodbye to anything. Not because you're letting things go, but because they've already left on their own. There is nothing here that requires a name. Nothing that needs recognition or ownership. You don't have to claim it or defend it. Just be, without effort, without intention. The air near your face feels different now. Not colder, not warmer, but more present. As if the space around you has become aware of itself in a way that doesn't need words. You're not asleep yet, but you're not awake either. You're somewhere between, where movement and stillness share the same ground without contradiction, where breathing is neither effort nor release, just continuation. The silence isn't waiting for anything to happen. It's already happened. In every breath, in every shift of weight, in every moment that passed unnoticed but was never lost. You don't have to know how long you've been here. Not even if this is the same night or a different one.
The distinction doesn't matter anymore. There are no boundaries between what's inside and outside, between mind and air, body and room, past and present. They're just part of the quiet now. Not separate, not needing to be joined. You don't have to become still to rest. You only need to stop pretending that you must do something in order to belong here. The dark is not a place you've entered. It's what has always been around you. It doesn't arrive
or depart. It simply is, and so are you. And when the shift comes, it won't feel like change. It will feel like return, like coming home to a space that was never empty, only waiting, without expectation, without demand. You don't have to go anywhere. You're already here, not needing to be seen, not needing to explain, just being, quietly, without reason, without need. You are beginning to feel how the edges of things soften when they're left alone. Not because they've disappeared, but because no one is asking them to stay. The corner of the blanket where it drapes over your ankle has settled into a fold that isn't quite straight, not quite messy either. It doesn't need correction. It simply holds its shape in the way something does when it stopped trying to be anything other than what it already is. You don't have to adjust it. There's no purpose in making it right. The quiet hum of the house. Just a presence now, not a sound, isn't waiting for you to listen to it more closely. It's been there all along, like breath that doesn't need to be noticed to keep going. The air near your shoulder moves with a kind of stillness that isn't absence, but fullness. As if the space itself has grown heavy in a way that doesn't pull or press, only settles. Your eyelids are closed, not because you're trying to sleep, but because they've forgotten how not to be. They don't need to close for any reason. They just do, like roots bending underground without knowing why. There's no effort in the shape of your face now. The muscles have released their habit of holding tension. Not even a whisper remains of the way you used to press your lips together when thinking hard. There is no story here that needs telling. No memory that must be recalled or rewritten. The moment before this one, what came just before, is already gone. Not lost, but unclaimed. It didn't vanish. It simply stopped needing you. You don't have to mourn the past because it doesn't belong to a future anymore. And so, it doesn't need your attention. The shadow on the wall has shifted again, but slowly, like something remembering its own motion from long ago. Not a sudden change, not a signal, just an adjustment in shape that happens without intention. It's neither darker nor lighter, just different. It fits better now, as if the room had been waiting for it to find its place. You don't have to understand where your thoughts came from or why they lingered so long. You don't need to trace their path back through the day, through the hours, through each pause and breath. They're not yours in a way that requires ownership. They're just passing through,
like birds flying low over rooftops at dusk, never stopping, never looking down. The sound of your own breathing is no longer something you hear. It's something you are, not separate from it. You don't listen to the rhythm, you become part of it. And in that becoming, there's no need for control, no adjustment required. The air comes and goes, not because you're allowing it, but because that's how breath has always worked. There is a warmth near your chest, not from the blanket, though it helps. No, it's deeper than that. It's not heat exactly, but presence. Like something having been there for so long, it no longer needs to announce itself. You don't have to believe in its existence. It just is. As if you'd always carried this quiet pulse inside you, and only now are letting the room hold space for it. Your fingers rest on top of your body, not pressed down, not lifted, but simply there. Like leaves that fell from a branch last autumn and stayed where they landed, not needing to be picked up or moved. They don't have to do anything, not even stay still. The shape their tips make against the fabric is soft enough to be forgotten. The silence isn't empty. It's layered. Not with thoughts, but with texture. Like dust in sunlight that doesn't fall because it hasn't decided where to land yet. It floats, not drifting, not suspended, but held by a moment that refuses to name itself. You don't have to know what it is. There's no need to identify the quality of stillness. The way your breath moves through your chest doesn't require permission. No one has given you leave to inhale or exhale. It happens anyway, like water flowing along its own course without needing to be guided by a map. You don't have to will it forward. It simply continues, like time itself, when no one's watching. There is no boundary between your skin and the air around it anymore. Not really. The line has blurred not into confusion, but into belonging. Your body isn't separate from the dark. It's part of its language now. You don't have to feel yourself inside anything, because you're already in everything. Not as a guest, not as an observer, but as something that arrived so quietly, it was never noticed. The way your shoulder rests against the pillow has shifted without you knowing when. It isn't wrong. It isn't right. It's just true for now. You don't have to correct it or praise it. There is no need for balance, only continuity. You are not holding anything, but nothing is slipping away either. The moment doesn't demand your attention. It only requires that you stay in its presence without trying to take it home. That's all. No more no less. The night air has cooled further, but gently.
Not like a sudden drop, but like the way warmth leaves after a long afternoon, slowly peeling away, not because it was forced, but because it had already finished what it needed to do. There is no need to ask if you're still awake, or if sleep will come. You don't have to measure your state by how much you feel or don't feel. The space between being and resting isn't a gap. It's just the shape of now, unfolding without effort. The last light in the room has gone out, not with a click, not with any signal, but simply because it didn't need to stay on.
You're already there. Not as an idea, not as a thought, but as a quiet presence that doesn't ask to be known, only allowed to be. The dark has no shape, but it holds all shapes. It isn't waiting for you to fall into it. It's already filled with the same stillness you're learning to carry inside yourself. You don't have to enter it. You're already in it, not as a person, not even as awareness. You are becoming something simpler than thought, not nothing, but less than meaning, a moment that doesn't need an explanation. The air around your face has grown still, but not because it's stopped moving, because movement no longer requires notice. You don't have to be anything at all tonight except this. The way warmth lingers in a place after someone has left. The way dust settles when no one is watching. The way silence becomes full, not empty. There are no conclusions here. No answers. Not even questions. Just breathing. Just being. Just letting go of the need to be seen. And so you stay, without effort, without purpose, as if time had paused only for this. The quiet between two breaths.
You are not missing anything by not knowing where your thoughts go when they leave you. They don't vanish into a void. They drift like leaves on a slow stream, turning once beneath the surface before sinking out of sight. No one has to follow them. You aren't responsible for their path. The way the curve of your spine settles deeper into the mattress isn't an adjustment. It's a quiet surrender, not to tiredness, but to gravity itself. Which doesn't ask permission to pull or hold or release. The sound of your breath isn't something you've created. It's an echo, returning from a room you didn't build. It comes back to meet itself in the hollow between two silent moments. Not as a signal, but as a kind of presence. Not loud enough to be heard, yet still real. And if it stops, just for one space, it doesn't break anything. The air continues anyway, breathing through you without needing your consent or notice. There is no reason why this moment should last longer than the next one. But that's not a flaw. It's its nature. It just remains, like a stone in the riverbed. Not because it wants to stay put, but because nothing has lifted it yet. You are not being held by anything, only resting within what is already true. The edge of your blanket folds over your ankle
like a small decision made without thought, not meant to be remembered, just there. The world outside doesn't know you're awake. It hasn't changed for your eyes, nor does it wait on the outcome of your stillness. Trees move in their own time, not because they've decided to, but because air shifts through them. The moon is invisible now, but its shape is still felt in how shadows pool against walls, like ink spilled too slowly to be seen until morning. Your fingers don't twitch with urgency. They rest as if already unmade from purpose. Not idle, just no longer needing a task. There's something honest about that. The way your hand lies flat on top of the sheet doesn't mean it has failed to do anything, only that it doesn't have to prove itself. A thought passes, not yours, not anyone's, but something that was always there, like dust in sunbeams at dawn. It floats through without knocking or announcing its arrival. You don't need to name it. You don't need to send it away.
It doesn't belong to you any more than the breeze belongs to the window. The ceiling above you has no story. Its cracks aren't secrets. They're just places where the wall gave way slightly, long ago, and never needed to be fixed. That's how things are. Not broken, not perfect, just existing in their own quiet condition, like a branch that bent under snow but didn't snap. There is no beginning here, no end either. Only this, not as something you've arrived at, but as what has been arriving all along without your noticing. Not because it was hidden, but because you weren't listening. Or rather, you were listening too hard with the wrong part of yourself.
The kind that wants to understand, capture, label. But now, there's no need for a name. No need to file this moment under night, or stillness, or even peace. It doesn't require labeling because it already lives in the space between words. Your thoughts don't have to be useful. They don't have to lead anywhere. Even the ones that feel heavy aren't wrong. Just passing through, like birds flying across a sky that has no destination and never needed one.
The weight of your arm beside you isn't awkward. It's just where it is. Not too much, not too little. Just enough to be felt, but not so much that it needs correcting. There's no right place for any part of your body, except the one it occupies at this moment. You don't have to stay awake or fall asleep. The space between isn't a threshold. It's just air. Empty only in the sense that it holds nothing specific. Just room enough for what is already here. You, breathing, unclaimed by any definition.
The silence isn't empty. It's full of things that never speak, but are still present. The slow drift of heat from your skin into the cool sheets. the faint hum beneath all sound, the one that comes before language begins. It doesn't need to be named. You don't need to recognize it. And when you do notice something, say a shift in pressure where your foot rests against the edge of the mattress, it's not because you're paying attention. It's just that awareness has happened to drift near again. Like fog moving across fields at night. Not invited, not repelled, just passing through. Your mind doesn't need to be busy with meaning. Meaning isn't required for this moment to exist.
You don't have to earn it by thinking or feeling anything right. It's already here. Already enough. There is no proof that you're alive. Not in the way a record would require. It only needs space to remain as it is. Open, untroubled by the need to be filled. And so do you, not in a striving way, but simply because your body has stopped asking for permission to exist within its own quietude. There's no right rhythm for sleep, no perfect posture, no ideal state of mind. There isn't even such a thing as the night. Only moments that arrive without announcement and leave just as quietly. The air doesn't remember you. It wasn't made for your comfort, nor was it shaped by your longing. Yet it holds you anyway, not because you deserve it, but because there's no other place left to put you. You're not holding on. You never were. The idea that you must be in control is only a thought, the kind that passes like a cloud over the moon, leaving behind nothing but shade for a few seconds before vanishing again. There are things you don't know, and you don't need to know them. There's no loss in not knowing, no failure in forgetting. The way your shoulder has tilted slightly toward the center of the bed isn't an error. It's just what happens when weight finds its own level, without anyone needing to guide it. The body knows how to settle, not because it's been taught, but because it simply remembers what gravity feels like. Your thoughts don't have to make sense. They can be strange, or looping, or incomplete. Still true, still yours, but not owned by you, not even claimed. The silence isn't waiting for noise to return. It doesn't need a sound to justify its presence. It's just there, breathing through the space between your thoughts, like wind through an old chimney. You don't have to understand what it means to be here. You only have to allow yourself not to try. And so you stay, not by holding on,
but by letting go of the need to hold at all. Not from weakness, but from quiet certainty that you are already part of this, of now, of air, of dark, of breath. Not as a being who arrives and departs, but as something that was always here in some form, even when it couldn't be named. The light hasn't returned. The world hasn't woken up. But neither has anything else changed. Because nothing needed to change. It's enough just to be this quiet, this unclaimed, this unmeasured. You aren't falling asleep because you've done something right. You're not losing awareness. You're simply no longer holding onto it so tightly. There is no movement in the room that requires attention. No shift in temperature that needs naming. Just warmth and stillness, like a hand resting on your chest without needing to say anything. You don't have to be anyone tonight. Not even yourself. That's not a loss. It's freedom. The dark isn't afraid of you. It doesn't need you to stay awake or go away. It holds all things. Your breath, your thoughts, your stillness. All equally, without preference. And so the quiet continues, not because it was summoned, but because it has nowhere else to go. The way the edge of the blanket has begun to curl inward, not from wind or movement, but simply because time has made it so. Slowly, quietly, without notice. It is no longer flat against your leg. It has become a kind of fold in the world. Something that existed only after being left alone for long enough. The crease isn't an accident. It's what happens when fabric forgets its original shape and settles into one it didn't plan. You don't have to smooth it out. You aren't meant to. There is no reason to return it to how it was before the night began.
The air near your face has grown cooler than it was an hour ago. Not sharply, but with a slow certainty, like water seeping through stone, invisible until you notice where it's gone. It doesn't come from outside or inside. It comes from somewhere in between, from that thin space just beyond what can be named. You aren't resisting the shift. You're letting it happen as if your skin were learning to breathe differently, adjusting without effort. There is a spot on the ceiling where the plaster has cracked slightly, just enough for shadow to pool there, like ink left too long in one place. It hasn't grown larger or smaller since you first noticed it. But now that you're not looking at it, it's beginning to feel less like a flaw and more like an old memory of light preserved by absence.
Your breath has slowed, not because you told it to, but because there's no reason for it to be otherwise. It moves in and out without urgency, as though each inhale is remembering something that happened long before words existed. The rhythm isn't meant to guide you anywhere. It doesn't lead to sleep or wakefulness. It simply continues, because continuing is all it knows how to do. The thought of your name passes through the mind not as a claim, but as an echo. Something heard once in another room, long after the person who spoke it had left. You don't have to answer it. You don't even need to recognize it. It fades like dust settling on glass, leaving behind only the faintest impression of weight. The darkness doesn't ask you to be still. It doesn't care if your thoughts are restless or peaceful. It simply is. Unburdened by intention, uninvited, and yet fully present. There's no demand in it, no need for explanation. The room holds its shape not because something keeps it upright, but because nothing has come along to disturb the way things have settled. The curve of your spine matches the bed beneath you. Not perfectly, never exactly, but close enough that gravity doesn't feel like resistance. You're not fighting alignment. You aren't trying to correct yourself. The body is only remembering what it always knew. That balance isn't found through effort, but through surrender. There's no right way to lie down. But true surrender, there's no right way to lie down. It doesn't demand attention. You only notice it because your mind is slow enough now to catch things before they vanish. But even then, you don't try to place it.
You let it be what it is. Just another passing moment of quiet noise, no more significant than a leaf turning in wind. The idea that you are here at this exact point in time isn't something to prove or understand. It's just a fact, like the warmth under your arm, or the way one hand rests slightly higher than the other. You weren't summoned for anything special. No event is waiting to begin because of you. The world doesn't pause when you turn on your side. It continues as it always has, without needing you, yet including you in its motion. There is a weightlessness that comes not from being light, but from no longer feeling the need to carry yourself through each second. You aren't holding on to anything, not even the idea of who you are or what you've done today. The thoughts about yesterday don't cling. They drift like paper caught in current, harmless, unimportant. Already moving on. The line between waking and sleeping isn't a boundary. It's a soft transition, like fog rolling over hills. You're not crossing into it. You're simply becoming part of its texture. There is no moment when you enter sleep, any more than there's a moment when the air becomes morning. The change happens without notice because it doesn't need to be noticed. Your eyelids are closed, but that isn't where awareness ends. It continues, not in thought, not in memory, but as a kind of feeling. The sense that you're still here, and also no longer quite sure what here means. You don't have to define it. There's space enough for uncertainty. The night is not waiting for morning. The stars are not counting down. Nothing is being held up or kept back, only allowed to be as it is. And so you are too. Not because you've earned it, but because there's no other way this could be. There's a silence now that isn't empty. It's full of unspoken things. The shape of your breath, the slow shift in temperature, the soundless movement of time through stillness. You're not inside it. You are part of its texture. You don't stand apart from it. You exist within it as naturally as roots grow beneath soil. The thought that something might be missing doesn't linger. It comes and goes like a shadow across stone. Brief, unimportant. Nothing has been lost. Nothing needs to be recovered. The only thing required is to stay open, not in search of anything, but simply because openness is how the world enters you. You are not becoming less aware. You're becoming more attuned to what's already here and always was, not to a moment that will come later, or an idea that needs finishing, but to this, the soft weight against your ribs, the quiet hum beneath the floor, the air passing through your nose without needing to be named. There is no need for purpose tonight. No reason to make meaning of anything. The fact that you're lying here, breathing slowly, feeling the edges of darkness around you is enough. It's not a performance. It's not a test. It's just life unfolding as it does, unannounced and undemanding. You don't have to understand how this works. You aren't expected to explain why the room feels different now than it did an hour ago. The difference isn't in the walls or the furniture. It's in you, not as a thing that changed, but as something that stopped trying to be fixed. The light has not returned, nor will it need to. There is no lack in this dark, no emptiness, only space, deep, quiet, and already full of what needs to be there. You don't have to keep thinking about the day. You don't even have to remember that you were awake. The thoughts from earlier are not gone. They've simply moved into a different kind of presence. They no longer pull at your attention. They're like leaves drifting down river, passing beneath bridges without looking back. There is no need to be someone specific tonight. No one is waiting for you to show up as any particular version of yourself. You can lie here exactly as you are. No corrections needed, no performances required. The body knows how to rest, not because it's tired, but because it remembers what stillness feels like. It doesn't need instruction. It only needs permission to stop pretending that motion is necessary for existence. There is a quiet between your thoughts now, not silence in the sense of absence, but fullness without noise. You don't have to fill it. You aren't expected to speak or act or respond. There's no audience, no one waiting on what you'll say next. And so the night goes on, not as something that will end soon, not as a journey toward morning, but simply as itself, slow, unbroken, and already complete in every passing breath. The air near your shoulder has cooled a little more than it was before. Just enough that you notice it without moving. It's not cold, just softer in its touch, like something drawn from deep inside the room itself. You don't have to name what it is. There's no need to wonder if it's coming or going. It simply is a shift in warmth, unasked for and unclaimed. The shadow of the curtain has changed again, thinner now, less defined, its edge blurred as though time was softening the line between one shape and another. You don't have to hold onto that image. You can let it dissolve into the dark without regret or effort. It was never meant to stay. You are not being asked to remember what happened earlier today, the conversation you didn't finish, the thought that slipped away before you could speak it, the silence between two words that almost became a sentence. Those things don't need to be gathered in again. They've already passed through you like wind through an open window. No lasting mark, no trace behind. The room is not holding its breath. It's not waiting for anything. The air moves gently across your skin, not because of any current or draft, but simply because it knows how to move. There's no reason for it to stop just because you're lying still. Movement doesn't require a purpose. Your breathing has slowed without notice, no effort, no instruction. It has simply settled into the rhythm that belongs to this place and time. Not one you chose, but one that found you. You don't have to make it deeper or slower. It's already where it needs to be.
The blanket is heavier than it was an hour ago, not because anything changed in the fabric itself, but because your body has settled into its own shape beneath it. The weight isn't pressing down, it's holding you somewhere between stillness and motion. Like a hand placed softly over something that doesn't need fixing. There's no need to think about why this is happening. You don't have to understand what makes the night feel fuller now than it did earlier. It simply does. Like the way certain tones linger after music stops playing. Like the echo of a word said too quietly to be caught fully in memory. The wall opposite you has not shifted.
But something about that emptiness feels different. Not dark because it's missing something, but full because it's allowed to stay as it is. There's no demand for change. You don't have to be present in any particular way. You aren't required to feel alert or peaceful or even aware. The fact that you're lying here, your spine aligned with the mattress, your hands resting where they fell, is enough. It doesn't need to mean anything beyond what it is. A quiet presence, unclaimed and unclaimed for. The sound of silence isn't something you hear, it's something you become. Not by listening, but by allowing yourself not to listen. You don't have to tune in or turn away.
The space between your thoughts has opened wider now, not because you willed it, but because you stopped trying to close it. There is no gap where meaning should be, no hole for purpose to fill, and that's okay. Not because there will be something else later, but because the absence itself is already sufficient. You are not incomplete. You're not missing anything. The shape of your body under the blanket, the slow rise and fall near your chest, the way your fingers rest against each other. This isn't a placeholder for something more real. This is the real thing, not waiting to be completed. The clock hasn't moved, but then again, it never did. It doesn't matter whether seconds pass or not. The night continues in its own time, which has no need of counting. You don't have to keep track of how long you've been still. You don't have to mark your progress through the hours. There's no finish line at the end. No moment when you'll be told you did enough. That kind of ending never comes here. Instead, there is only this, a continuation that isn't going anywhere, a presence that doesn't demand anything in return for being allowed. Your mind doesn't have to produce anything tonight. It's not required to solve a problem or arrive at clarity. It can simply rest, like water settling after disturbance, like dust drifting down through still air, like a leaf falling without making noise. There is no need to be useful, no reason to justify your existence by what you've done or could do. You're already here, not as an answer, not as proof of anything, but just as part of the quiet that fills this room. The stars are not watching. The moon isn't marking time. Nothing has expectations, and so neither do you. You can let go without knowing where it goes. There's no need to check if the thought is still there or gone. It doesn't matter if it returns later. For now, it's enough that it's passed through and left room behind.
The air near your neck feels different. Lighter in texture. Almost cool without being cold. Like something rising from below. Not from above.
Not a breeze, but a change in atmosphere. As though the night itself is breathing just beneath the surface of where you lie. There is no need to be ready for anything. No call to prepare. No one expecting a response. You don't have to decide what tomorrow will bring, what plans might unfold, or how words might fall into place. That's not your job tonight. Your only task, if there is one, is to remain open. Not in search of comfort, but because openness is the natural state of being here. The ceiling isn't holding anything up. It doesn't need to support you. You're already held by air, by stillness, by time moving without urgency. Your thoughts don't have to stay with you. They can drift into the dark like smoke from a candle that's been blown out. Not extinguished, but simply released. You don't have to remember what they were about. There's no record to retrieve. No loss in forgetting. The light isn't coming back. But then again, it wasn't meant to stay anyway. The room doesn't need illumination to be whole. It's enough that you're here. That your body is resting. That the air moves through space without resistance or demand. There's no moment when this must end. Only moments where it continues gently and unbroken. You don't have to believe in anything to belong here. You don't need to understand how stillness works. You just need to be present, not as someone trying to do something, but as something that simply exists within the quiet. The silence isn't empty because you're not speaking. It's full of all the things that aren't said, of breath and warmth, of darkness holding its shape, of time passing without notice. You are part of it, not apart from it, not on the edge of it, but embedded in it, like a thread woven into cloth that never asks to be seen. There is no need for explanation. No reason to justify your being here now. You don't have to earn this space by being still or quiet or calm. You are already in it, just as you are. Just as the night holds everything without claiming any of it. And so you lie,
not waiting for sleep, not chasing rest, not trying to become anything other than what's already unfolding. Not a person making effort, but a presence that allows itself to be. The breath comes easily now, not because you've worked at it, but because the body knows how. The hands stay where they are. No need to move them, no urge to rearrange. They're not doing anything, and that's all right. There is no demand for motion.
No expectation of change. Only this, a continuation without purpose, unfolding without direction. The dark has softened at the edges, not because it's getting lighter, but because your eyes have stopped searching for what isn't there. You don't need to see anything. You don't have to know where you are or who you're becoming. There is no tomorrow waiting behind this moment. No future that must be reached. Just now, this quiet, unannounced presence, and the slow, soft way everything continues without being asked. You are not elsewhere.